Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the February 25th, 2025 meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. Please rise for the invocation led by Commissioner Chris Latvala and remain standing for Commissioner Scheer to lead us in the pledge.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together here safely. I pray that you'll give us wisdom today and every day to do what is right. I pray that you will keep all of our first responders, all of our firefighters and police officers safe as they protect us. I pray that you will give wisdom to our state leaders as well as our federal leaders in Washington, D.C. And I pray that all we say and do will be pleasing to you. In your name I pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we're gonna go to citizens to be heard, and then we'll do our storm update after that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Vice Chair, you ready with the clock? Ready. All right. Okay. First person we have for citizen to be heard is James Nasir. Is James here? Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
James Nasir, I live in Clearwater, Pinellas County resident for 18 years. I'll be quick. As we all know, the new Trump administration has made it a priority to claw back all the fraud, waste, and abuse that has occurred over the last 4 years. And the governor has signaled that he intends to do the same thing on the state and local level. I think that is great. And it's also reassuring to know that Tampa Bay's own Pam Bondi is leading the charge with the Justice Department. Unfortunately, it's not a good thing for Pinellas, as reported by the ABC Action News and Tampa Bay Times already, that this county has misallocated federal ARPA funds to benefit the Dream Center in a transaction that was a sweetheart deal, and it was riddled with corruption and fraud. And it's especially troubling that one of the Board of Commissioners, Democrat Charlie Justice, received campaign donations from the Dream Center, and then the Dream Center donated to him, and he donated back to the Dream Center after he was elected in kind. And then shortly after that, the Dream Center was awarded federal funds in a questionable move that violated numerous local and state CRA laws. I watched last meeting as Jeremy Heath of the Leelman CRA tried to alarm this board of this concern, and he was dismissed by the administrator and members of this board. I'm here to tell you that number one, they defended the Inspector General's flawed report, and it was a grossly flawed report, and I'm uniquely qualified to speak about this because I worked for the Inspector General for many years, and I know all the ins and outs of this scandal, and yes, it is a scandal. And like I said, I know all the ins and outs, and I just want this board to know that the Dream Center did not, like everything Jeremy said, it is true. The Dream Center did not clean up alleyways. What work they did perform was without a notice to proceed, which was in violation of the contract. They submitted falsified and fraudulent invoices, and it was ramrodded and approved by Mr. Almonte of the county administration, despite pushback from numerous county employees, which is an untold story that the Inspector General did not include, including someone being fired for trying to do the right thing. The Cleveland and the Almonte, they lied under oath during the IG's interviews that are done under oath. The IG did not do anything with that information. The report they issued literally states the IG didn't hold anyone accountable, but they said that they can't calculate the loss to the county. The Dream Center in Cleveland defrauded this county, and the Inspector General didn't hold anybody accountable. Their mission says that they want to promote government, promote accountability in government, yet they hold no one accountable. They want to promote transparency, yet the reports are convoluted and
Thank you.
Yep. I mean, I got to go?
Yes, time's
Yeah,
up.
I'm sure you want me to go. No problem.
Okay, next we have Ellsworth Williams, followed by Everhart Carlton. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellsworth Williams, 3390 Gandy North Boulevard, Pinellas Park.
And I'm retired Brigadier General Kerry Nero, part of the Board for Veterans, Counseling Veterans. Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon, Pinellas County and the chair. Did you know that the largest demographic that's dying by suicide in Florida are elderly veterans, 65 and older? And according to the Florida Veterans Department of Veteran Affairs, over 719,000 veterans over age of 75 living in Florida. And in Pinellas, over 68,000 elderly veterans live in Pinellas. Good afternoon, I'm Ellsworth Williams. I'm the CEO and President for Veterans Counseling Veterans. And alongside me, I have Brigadier General Kerry Nero, who was actually from this area, and she's actually said before, she's part of our board. Veterans Counseling Veterans' primary mission is to prevent veteran suicide. And for this particular case, we have a new program called Serving Elderly Veterans, where we address the stressors that increase suicidations. How do we do that? Well, what we're going to do, we're going to start having advocating, bringing awareness to elderly veterans. We're going to have collaborative events, including we have our second annual conference on the 14th of June, which bring together all the resources that the community has. And I'm talking about even the Florida Department of Veteran Affairs, the VA, the county, including and every element of the county. As I said before, how do we reduce stressors? How do we reduce stressors? By, first of all, letting our community know, elderly communities know that there are resources out there for them. And that's one of the things we want to try to do. There's a stovepipe when it comes to people who provide services to the veterans, if they do it at all. And what we want to do is try to break that stovepipe, bring everybody together, and see if we can get a common mission and start working together. Because honestly, if you really want to affect veteran suicide, it takes a village. Not just one element can do it, it takes an entire village. And I always say when it comes to preventing veteran suicide, it's a national problem with a local solution, and that local solution is right here in this community. Thank you very much and for your assistance.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Everhart Carlton, followed by David Ballard Geddes Jr. Everhart, are you here? Going once? Going twice? Okay, David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Why don't the residents pay a monthly availability fee for access to cable TV, for the privilege of having the opportunity to access the privilege of watching cable TV, whether or not you own a television or not, or even want a television for that fact? Why don't we pay an availability fee to the electric company and pay a monthly privilege fee for the privilege of access to the availability of electricity, because they offer electricity in the public easement, dictating that electricity is to be sold as a privilege of availability to accessing electricity if you qualify for such privilege to access the privilege of opportunity. Even if you own an empty lot and have no use for electricity, the availability fee for electric still must be paid with no guarantee of ever receiving electricity. The availability fee must be paid if there is no house on the property, even if the resident never contacted the electric company for use of electricity. If the availability of electricity is in your area, the charge of having such privilege to access the availability of electricity in the public easement must be paid for. What if the gas station charged everybody a monthly fee for the privilege of having access to gasoline for your car? Even if all you could afford was a bicycle, the gas station would still perpetually charge you a monthly gasoline charge, a fee for having the privilege of access to gasoline for your car as you ride your bicycle down the public sidewalk. What makes reclaimed water so special, where a third-party facility is given the right to, in effect, toll charge our water supply and rate? Does the special acts of 1953 dictate and impose a toll charge for water or charge a water access fee for water privileges? Or does the Special Acts of 1953 delegate water utility, supply, and rate adverse to the charge of availability fee for the privilege of opportunity to access facility privileges pumped through the reclaimed water pipes? And what if I refuse to pay for the reclaimed water facility availability fee on my county utility bill? Are you the county, going to foreclose on my home for refusing to pay such lawless third-party charges? 13 years ago, that's exactly what happened. The county sent me a letter stating that if I didn't pay for the private public availability fee, that the county would start foreclosure proceedings on my home. Here we are today. Do you ever get the feeling that the county got caught for fishing for tax revenue on the wrong side of a boat, hoping to catch that which is off limits? Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks,
Commissioner
David. Barry,
Peterson.
could we do it, when we do a workshop on budget, could you please include the utility fees that we charge? In the years that I've been here, we've never looked at the fees, like the electric fee and is that something you could do?
Sure. Well, we'll probably, let's see, do we have teed up a rate increase? So we're not. Okay, we're looking at
Yeah,
fees.
fees, not
Okay, so that'll
rates.
be part of that review. That'll come in advance of the budget then, won't it? Or as part of the budget? Okay, so we'll have to pull that out separately.
Okay, yeah, I really would like to take a look at all the fees that we are charging and see if they're still warranted and what we're using them for, how much we're collecting and how.
Well, what he
Just-
just spoke to obviously is if we have a water line, and so when we did, that was actually discussed.
Well, we could do it in a workshop. I don't want to take away
Okay.
from today, but if that's okay, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
And David, I appreciate you bringing that up to my forefront. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's worth the exercise to look at it. Thanks.
Okay, next we have Jeremy Heath, followed by Ron Walker.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Heath, Dora Drive. I'd probably want to start by saying I'm speaking as a private citizen, not on behalf of the Lowman CRA. I would like to thank the commissioners that in the last couple months, a couple of you have followed up with additional lines of questioning. Some of the answers that you've received as it relates to some of the changes that have taken place from the IG investigation are frankly an insult to your intelligence, as they were already rules that already existed, but I digress. I would like to maybe pretend for a moment that I'm the Florida State Senate president. This is a joke. And I have concerns about the YMCA because we engaged in almost an hour-long dialogue about the usage of that property a couple meetings ago, and I think that was a very healthy debate, talking about allowable uses for a property. That is not a debate that ever took place with the Florida Dream Center. The Florida Dream Center, a member of the community, not myself, has filed some complaints, and they have active code violations on the property. I've been asked to request that there's follow-up because those code complaints, the questions specifically on the complaints were not answered. However, some things have been discovered, such as no active site plan, no certificate of occupancy that has been updated in 30 years, all things that probably would have caused the property to be ineligible to be sold to begin with. Again, things that we would have discovered if we had had a proper debate. To quote our county administrator, I suppose that this is just more groups of people throwing stuff up against the wall to see what would stick. I would certainly hope that I could be dealt with in maybe perhaps the same way that the Rays have, which is, quietly just holding your opinion to yourself. Again, I thank you for looking into this. This is not going to go away. The county is in very deep. Staff people know very, very well what has happened here. I get phone calls every day cheering us on for allowing this to be continued to be uncovered. But I promise it is not going away and it will be rectified. So thank you very much for your time, as always.
Thank you, Jeremy. And next, we have Ron Walker, followed by Daryl Harbison.
Ron Walker, 7100 Olmerton in Largo. I'm very pleased to be piling on this morning, or this afternoon. The thieves that I've been trying to expose have stolen $125,000 from you again this month. I was in a casual conversation with an attorney buddy of mine, and he dropped a line on me, and I had never thought of it. I now know how we can collect the money, and you guys won't have to work hard or take any type of a civic risk. But first, I'm going to have to, I think the first meeting I should have would be with Counselor White or a designee, and we will collect a fortune. And this first young man who spoke today, he described a lot of chicanery anyway. We can use the method I will provide to help him. If you would like to collect a fortune. You've had, the guys I'm watching have stolen about $4 million from you. They have an ambition of $30 million, and they're going to get it because you let them do it. But I'll show you now how you can do it, and it won't be hard for you. None of you are going to have to work hard. None of you will have to take a political risk. But I have to have a meeting with council, or with a Council White, to get it started. That's my opinion. She may say, if we have a meeting, or with one of her designees, if we have a meeting, she may say, you've gone to the wrong guy here. You got to go with somebody on the commission. But when you're ready to collect a fortune, easy, let me know, and we'll collect it. Thank you for your time, guys. See you next meeting.
Thank you. Daryl Harbison, followed by Gia Ortiz. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. My name is Daryl Henderson. I am the Advocacy Director for the Recovery Epicenter Foundation. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize for my handwriting.
I apologize, I got your name wrong.
So at the foundation, we provide services to the community. We do outreach to the unhoused, and we also have a respite house here in Clearwater. A respite house is where people go who are wanting to get off of drugs and alcohol, and yet there is not a treatment bed or a sober living bed available to them. They can come to our home and stay there for anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks. I'm happy to let you know that we've just opened a new respite house in Newport Richey. It's a 13-bed facility on Elza Drive in Newport Richey, and we are very excited. There's already people in there using the services. It's fully staffed and up and running well. We are having a grand opening on Friday, April the 4th. I believe I've sent you all an email regarding that. Friday, April 4th at 1 in the afternoon, and we'd love to see you out there to show you our facility. And once again, as always, we thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Okay, next we have Gia Ortiz, followed by Dana Dieter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here to bring information to the board regarding the workshop from February 20th. I genuinely believe that the Animal Services Director unintentionally misformed the board on several issues. I would like to bring light to some of these issues. The board sees Pinellas County Animal Control as the expert, when the truth is there is not one organization that encompasses the expertise of all aspects across the industry. Possible misunderstandings. Number one, 22 complaints had led to the 8 citations. Actually, 22 complaints led to just 1 citation, not 8. The several citations were administrative citations that came from human error associated with paperwork that has nothing to do with the animal welfare. Commissioner Peters asked if the rescues had the same regulations as pet shops. It was stated that they do inspect the rescues, but what the board failed to understand is that they inspect the rescues when they register as a rescue. From that movement forward, there is absolutely no oversight. There is no documentation turned into Pinellas County Animal Control in reference to animals that are adopted out. There are no health certificates, so if those animals are carrying a disease, it goes undetected. They do not need to have microchips. They do not need to have vaccine records. They do not need to have any type of medical protocols, guarantees. They do not need to have any reporting done to Pinellas County in the unfortunate event of a loss. Rescues are also exempt from reporting information of dogs from other states, counties, or countries. There is no reporting of disease or consequence that would shut down any operations. The director stated that if her officers were to walk into a pet store and discover parvo, that they would, at their discretion, determine whether or not a lockdown and suspension was called for. Again, leaving ultimate power in the hands of what happens to be at this moment a great team of officers, but that could change next year. A question that should be asked is when Pinellas County Animal Control identifies a case of parvo in their facility, do they shut down their facility for 14 days or do they simply follow safe protocols like we currently do? Does Pinellas County shut a vet practice when they encounter any contagious disease? They do not, because proper protocols are practiced just like our protocols. Is there any documentation of the spread of a disease from one of the pet shops? Number 4, Commissioner Edgars brought up a very strong point regarding a replacement of a puppy from the breeder. It was a great question that I can answer you now. There is no replacement without medical care and diagnosis. There is absolutely no motivation for any pet shop to not deliver medical care for a puppy. It's actually the complete opposite. If I would be able to make it to the vet and had a diagnosis on that husky, there would actually been a full coverage from the breeder. Commissioner Edgars asked if when a puppy comes into the state, does it come with a health certificate and that sometimes the puppies sell so quickly that they're never seen again by a local vet? His question was confirmed, but it was not correct. All the puppies that arrived in all the pet shops, regardless of origin, must have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gia. Okay, Dana Dieter, followed by Matthew Guido, and I apologize if I did not get that name correct. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Dana Dieter, Pasco County. Commissioner Edgar asked if when a puppy comes into the state, does it come with a health cert? And that sometimes the puppies sell so quickly that they're never seen again by a local vet. His question was confirmed, but was not correct. All the puppies that arrived in all the pet shops, regardless of origin, must be examined by a Florida licensed vet and obtained an official Florida health certification prior to the sale of that puppy. It's Florida law. These are all prime examples of how important it is that we get together on a round table and share information and then present the information as a group that is fully represented directly to the board, assuring the accuracy and transparency of all the information, not just one presenter. Commissioner Edgars, I think you should know how I have wanted to be transparent and work with the community. I remember meeting with you and telling you about a tremendous program that you yourself were extremely impressed with. You did warn us that the animal rights groups would come after us because it isn't good news for them on their agenda, and you were correct. I am still here. I'm just ask me anything. You had mentioned that you were under the impression that Manatee went ahead and reinstated their ban. I know how busy you all are, so it's just hard to keep up with other counties. However, I was at Manatee County meeting on Tuesday, February 18th, where a vote took place in reference to discussing the ban. It was voted down. They are, however, looking into working with the balanced panel that would include the pet shop owners for the betterment of the industry, something that you said that would really hit home. Was that if you have one child die, it's too many? If you have one puppy die, it's too many. I agree. It's why we are consistently striving to improve protocols. When a tragedy occurs with unintentional consequences, do we shut down a business? An unfortunate example regarding this occurred in 2018 when a rescue dog that was adopted out of the Pinellas County Animal Shelter ended up killing a 7-month-old Chloe Grossman. It was reported by Fox 13 Tampa Bay. It was a tragedy. But did we shut down Pinellas Animal Shelter for even one day to evaluate anything? The answer is no. Operations were never interrupted. Did Pinellas County Animal Shelter change some of their protocols? I'm sure the answer is yes. This also defines the reason pet shops exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew Aguido, followed by Dan Cohn.
Good afternoon, Matthew Agudelo, Manatee County. But many individuals want to take home a little puppy so that their family can create positive memories. Some of them for a reason similar to the loss of life that occurred with the little girl, that some of them for other reasons. The Animal Service Director stated that they already had the authority to revoke a pet dealer license. And if that's the case, why are we opening up their parameters? Some of these recommendations open hundreds of opportunities to shut down great businesses when the performance over the last 5 years speaks volumes. In reference to some of those protocols, I shared in case with the director during her visit, where I had an individual dog come up with a deadly disease known as parvo. That disease transferred over to 2 other dogs that traveled together. I was completely transparent the way I have always been. I explained to her how the dogs were isolated and where I took them, and that they all received the monoclonal treatment that is now available with a success rate above 96%. All 3 babies recovered successfully within 12 hours. She was completely unaware of the existence of the treatment that was released on May 2nd, 2023. This is a prime example of one of the persons not understanding every aspect of the industry, especially with puppies, but the board is leaning on one person for recommendations on the entire industry. When it comes to babies, we are open to all experts. I want the board to understand that with the administration citations that are being recommended, if a puppy pet shop receives 3 administrative violations within a 3-month period, they could be suspended, and if that were to happen twice within a 24-month period, the dealer license would be permanently revoked. Again, this would surely shut down any business. Please understand that any administration citation should be given if 1 digit of the microchip number happens to be wrong, or 1,000 other clerical errors. This is paperwork, not animal welfare. The director stated that during a suspension, the puppy store would be able to stay open for retail business, but not for the purchase of or sale of puppies. Currently, 5 out of the 6 stores do not sell any retail merchandise, so 5 out of the 6 stores would go out of business almost immediately. That's 84%. The head of enforcement stated that there has never been a suspension for even 1 retail store. The only suspension was with a private kennel that occurred approximately 2 years ago, which again leads us to ask, where's the major problem being attacked? Here, or is it just a way to shut the stores down? The director stated that the original goal of extending the lemon law from 14 days to 30 days was turned down by Pinellas legal counsel because, I quote, there's no reasonable basis for extending the lemon law timeframe because you don't have the consumer. Complaints. This leads to the question of why are we expanding these regulations to the extreme when you don't have what is considered a notable amount of consumer complaints? Commissioner Peters stated that she would like to see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan Cohn, followed by Austin Cohn.
The director stated that their original goal was extending the lemon law from 14 to 30 days, was turned down by Pinellas County Council because, and I quote, there is no reasonable basis for extending the lemon law timeframe because you don't have enough consumer complaints. This leads us to the question of why are we expanding these regulations to the extreme when you don't have a considerable amount of consumer complaints. Commissioner Peters stated that she'd like to see a collaboration that would include business owners. I believe this is a step in the right direction, but I also believe that it is imperative that after the collaboration, at least 1 pet shop owner participates in the presentation to the board. It is imperative that the board hear from all parties, not just one. Think about how unfair it would be if after the roundtable, I was selected to be the one making the presentation to the board without any input from animal control. I am sure that there would be pushback, which is why it would never happen. Why should it be any different from the parties that are actually facing the closure would not be part of the final presentation? We are asking for the same thing that the board is requesting from us, which is true transparency. I think a basic question that the board needs to ask Pinellas County Animal Control is to give them the reports of citations or issues from 2018 all the way through 2024 broken down. It would shed light on the gravity of the problem being described to them. Commissioner Edgars made a great point when he said the pet shop owners are the ones who chose this industry. We are the ones who chose this lifestyle. And Edgars was absolutely correct. We did. The amount of sacrifice that comes along with what we do cannot be understood. But we love what we do and we love our babies and we will do anything for them. Being a commissioner of Pinellas County is also a very difficult position. I am sure it is most of the time thankless, and I'm sure most of the time you are all blamed for things that you have nothing to do with. But in the end, you chose to run for this position, and we are grateful that you did. You are the leaders that we turn to for guidance and justice. We're asking for you to take the hard road of genuinely looking at all the facts to genuinely help the community come together and better the path, one that is obtained through the same level of transparency and honesty and discovery that you're asking from us to provide for the city. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing a clown show to be able to read one thing to you. There's a ton of facts that aren't even here that are not accurate that I'd like to share with you. It's not about trashing anyone. To not know something about our industry, it's normal. I don't know anything about adult rescue dogs, as most people in the industry don't even come close to the amount of exposure that all about puppies or I have had to babies, including veterinarians. So what should we do? Don't you think it would be a good idea to have a vet, have at least one or two of the owners, as well as animal control? We will grow together and do the right thing, and there's a way. But what's being proposed to the board right now, unintentionally, I'm sure, has a lot of little scapegoats that will close businesses. Thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Dan. Austin Cone, followed by Haley Love.
Austin
Afternoon.
Cone, Pinellas County. I would like to provide additional context regarding the incident involving the husky that was mentioned during the recent board meeting. Unfortunately, the Animal Services Director did not share the complete details of this situation, so I feel it is important to clarify the timeline and circumstances surrounding it. It was stated that the husky passed away on July 11th, never received veterinarian care, and that there was an animal welfare citation issued. The Animal Services Director also referenced distemper as a possibility to support what would be a 14-day shutdown for quarantine. Distemper is probably the most effectively vaccinated disease and does not escalate in a short window of time. Ask us about symptoms. On July 10th at 6:10 p.m., I received a call informing me that the husky was acting weird. He said it didn't look like it didn't have balance and it wasn't aware of its environment. I was on my way. It took me 2 hours because I was out of town. I arrived around 8:15 p.m. and found the puppy acting totally normal. I decided the best thing to do was to move forward with monitoring the baby. The next morning, I had an employee send a video showing the husky acting totally normal and playing. Later that afternoon, I received a call informing me that animal control was on site and the dog was acting erratically once again. I told my employee that I was on my way. Approximately 50 minutes later, I picked up the baby and I finally saw that it had what it looked like a seizure. I was heading towards the emergency vet when it passed away in my car. At that point, I had not seen any of the videos that were posted online. No one told me to get a neocropsy. I was on my own that I wanted to get at the bottom of this and sent the baby for a neocropsy. This event occurred in about a period of 19 hours. This baby was not ignored and left to die, but this event became the launch pad to push the board to where we are now. Although a tragedy, it was completely unpredictable. Our group was devastated, but I can say that we've adjusted protocols to decrease the chance of this never happening again. It's also a good starting point for our discussions. We've been in Pinellas County since 2018 and never had a similar situation to this. In reference to not allowing cameras in our store, the reason that it was able to be videotaped by a customer was because we've always had a policy of 100% transparency. Pictures and videotaping have always been allowed in my stores. It was after this that a small group of animal rights activists began coming in, taking pictures of dogs that were sleeping, and then reporting and posting them on the internet, claiming that the dogs were sick, dying, or unresponsive. At this point, we choose to no longer allow cameras in our locations. We are not the only ones that do not allow cameras inside of our locations. These are things that needed to be shared with the board that warrant. Pinellas County Animal Control, as well as SPCA Tampa Bay, as well as Manatee County Animal Shelter, and every single animal welfare group around the country do not allow cameras inside their facilities for the same exact reason that we have described. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Haley Love, followed by Alexandria Julian.
I have this for you guys. I don't know who I'd have to hand it to.
Oh, so their hands are, yeah.
Good day, Commissioners. My name is Haley Love, and my family has owned and operated All About Puppies for 3 generations, with the 4th coming next month for 30 years come July 4th. To the entire Commission, thank you for giving us the opportunity to address some of your concerns and statements made in the workshop last week. We have provided you with a packet including all of our paperwork, our company protocols, and current laws and regulations that we have to adhere to. Let's begin with Florida Statute 828.29. It has been referenced often, but it was made clear, whether intentional or not, that there is a major misinterpretation of this law. To begin, every puppy that enters into the state must be accompanied by an official certificate of veterinary inspection, which is an interstate health certificate. Every puppy entering the state undergoes a full veterinary evaluation, including a full physical and fecal examination. Any hereditary or congenital defects found, if there are any, are also outlined on the OCVI. However, what they are especially looking for is any infectious or contagious illnesses, including parasites, in which case, if found, they are not able to be imported into the state. With that being said, these certifications are used for transportation purposes only. These documents cannot be used to sell the puppy in the state of Florida. Please refer to the highlighted section for 828.29 to verify. I have also highlighted where it requires pet stores to get an intrastate health certificate by a veterinarian before offering the puppy for sale. In addition, it is state law that the puppies be issued a new health certificate every 30 days, but we do it every 3 weeks. To simplify, the claim that we are selling puppies without a valid health certificate is completely false, and as you would see, it would be very illegal. This is why it is so important to include all parties when having these sort of discussions. It was also recommended that these documents be displayed on the puppy's kennels. Well, we went ahead and tried it out, and we found a few concerns. Not only are these documents invalid for the pet store to use, but we also found that the documents required covered the entire face of the kennel, leaving the puppies completely unviewable. We also found that the puppies like eating our homework, and within minutes of the puppies having these documents displayed on their kennels, they had completely shredded the documents we are required to submit to the county every week on a monthly basis. This puts us at risk for an administrative violation, and more importantly, posing as a health and safety risk to our puppies, which would also be considered an animal welfare violation. Under the current ordinance, all this information is currently available to the consumer on a cage card protected by steel. This outlines the breeder, the transporter, any intermediate handlers, their USDA and state license number, as well as any pre-existing conditions the puppy has. An example of this is in the packet we gave you as well. Which option do we think is more educational for our citizens and animal safety focused? In closing, we look forward to working with Director Renner on a roundtable discussion to bring all groups to the table. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you all have any questions. We are the professionals in the industry, and we would love to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Alexandria Julian, followed by Greg Pound.
Hello. My name is Alexandria Julian. I'm really sorry for so much paperwork, but we don't like saying anything that we can't prove is real. My name is Alexandria Julian. My family owns All About Puppies. We've been in business for 30 years in the community. We are actually the longest standing pet store in the community. My sister actually just went over some really, really crucial topics, but what I really want to hone in on is the breeders that we work with and a little bit more about this canine care certification. As she outlined, and as you can see in your packets, there's extreme transparency provided by the pet retail stores in the community and the breeders that they work with. We have direct relationships with our breeders. This is something that we established as our company policy. What we chose to do as a family was to not work with any brokers. So we work directly with the breeders that we have relationships with. This was a huge accomplishment for us and something that we are very proud of. It took 30 years to cultivate these relationships. Our breeders are our extended family. We work with them on a weekly basis. When we talk about Canine Care Certified, this is backed by animal rights groups as well as big corporate parts in the pet industry. And it really just works to get rid of the little guys like us. Ultimately, the consumers are the ones that feel this the most. Our family business has always prioritized the consumers. These are the people that allow us to do what we love doing. I do remember when I first started in the stores, I was very young, and I asked my grandmother why we don't sell puppies for the amount of money that big box stores sell them for, and she said it's because, ooh, it's gonna get me. Everyone deserves the love of a dog, and that puppies should never be luxury items. Your average family should be able to have a dog. So this is still our belief today. Many of those pushing the Canine Care Certification sell puppies for $10,000 plus each. So if that kind of gives you an idea. I've visited a lot of kennels over the years, some of which were Canine Care Certified. Otherwise, our breeders are USDA and state licensed. There wasn't any difference in happiness, health, or quality of life. These dogs were equally loved in each type of facility. We and our breeders' quality of work speaks for itself. If you support small businesses, Canine Care is not the way to do that. For more insight on this, I also have a little bit of a handout in there for you as well. An important detail that I really want to hit on that wasn't provided in the presentation is that commercial breeders are also licensed by their state. So you have USDA, you have state, and then any local ordinances that they obviously have to adhere to. Every breeder, it's required in the current ordinance that we have to buy from breeders that have state licenses as well. So just an extra assurance that these breeders are being checked out by not just the USDA, but the state. As far as the USDA goes, it's also important to note that the USDA just recently updated their protocols and procedures, increasing veterinary care standards, also making it easier to revoke licenses from breeders that aren't in compliance. This actually just got transitioned. The final group of breeders were transitioned this past year. So this is a very new protocol. With that being said, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, Greg Pound, and then we have on Zoom, we have Scott Kiley.
Greg Pound of Largo. I'm going to read Psalms chapter 9, verse 17. We should have it memorized by now. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and the nation that forgets God. This past week, it was just 2 days ago, Grady Judd holds a hearing. It says, if you look this up on YouTube, you can watch this because I'm going to expound on it a little bit. Grady Judd joins Florida sheriffs to tackle illegal immigration. If you just put that in YouTube and watch this, and watch Jim Coates's lawyer, Robert Guattieri, who's our sheriff, what we call our sheriff in this county. And I've told you guys, and I don't know if you just stuck on stupid or what, but it's illegal for Jim Coates, his attorney, to be our sheriff, and for him to stand there and say that he's a sheriff and an attorney at the same time. If you don't understand our Constitution, I don't know what you're doing here. How did you guys get here? How did our attorney here, our attorney for our county, get here? I mean, I've been bringing this up year after year after year, and he gets up there and he's saying this accident that this guy from Honduras who was working out on your road crew who ran over that police officer killed an officer. If you want to see how this county works and how the sheriff's department works, how they tell half-truth, they don't tell the whole truth, this deputy here in the corner would be a better sheriff than Robert Guattieri because he's not a lawyer. He would be a legal candidate for sheriff. And that's why I ran for sheriff against 3 attorneys, and I should have been a shoe-in candidate by law, okay? And so you've got your appellate court over in Lakeland. So you guys are like a team of criminals. You got in power, and you just won't let go of your power. You're power-hungry people, and you won't abide by the law, which is our Constitution, is given to us to protect us. And now you go watch that. Robert Guattieri says, this illegal immigrant killed one of his sheriffs in his county. And you watch it, he doesn't tell the whole story. It sounds like he came out cold-bloodedly killed one of our deputies. That's a lie. But you go watch this stuff. See, this is what you call half-truth. And this is what we've got running our county. The people aren't getting the whole truth, they're getting the half-truth. And you need to see the corruption. We've got a major problem with corruption, especially when it comes to family and children. Biggest dollar in the U.S. court system is family court. Their goal is to destroy the family, separate all the children from their fathers. The drug problems we're having is not because of all the illegals bringing in drugs and everything. We got all these illegals in our government. We've got so many illegals just in this county that are government leaders. I'm not talking illegal from other countries. They're not supposed to be in office. And so I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I give you the documentation. I don't know if you guys don't know how to read or you don't know how to look this stuff up. Just look it up and see if it's legal for Robert Guattieri to be our sheriff as an attorney. And he says, I'm an attorney. He just comes out and says, I'm an attorney and also sheriff. I mean, you guys have the power to get him out of office. Get the guy out of office.
Thank you, Mr. Pound. All right, now we'll go to Scott Kiley on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kiley, if you're in a Zoom application, can you please raise your hand so we can unmute you? Mr. Chair, I don't believe Mr. Kiley has joined us. I'm going to move on to the next individual. Jeffrey Jacob, please raise your virtual hand. We can go ahead and unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Jeffrey Jacobs, St. Pete, longtime listener, first-time caller. Thank you for the chance to speak on item 35, Airbnb rules. They want certificates, $600 yearly fees, inspections for about 3,000 owners, projecting a $1.13 million in revenue to cover $953,000 in costs, leaving an $85,800 surplus. So that is fiscally neutral, but it's based on 70% compliance. So I'm worried it could hurt taxpayers. The impact estimate misses risks if fewer comply. So I guessed, I kind of looked at 50% compliance. So that's almost a $400,000 deficit that could hit our taxes. They claim a 400% increase in complaints over 18 months about noise or parking, but there's no complaint logs with the supporting data. Without complaint logs or enforcement records, this claim lacks credibility and undermines the justification for the ordinance. Yes, I've seen photos and news of rowdy guests. Issues exist, but it ignores owner losses, especially small-scale short-term rental owners, particularly those who may struggle to afford the new fees, who could lose income or just leave the market altogether. Also, lawsuits could cost taxpayers, tourism might drop, raising the tax burden. What if enforcement costs exceed estimates? Ignoring this could lead to non-compliance, legal challenges, or unintended economic consequences. So, Florida Statute 166.041, subparagraph 4A4, allows for additional useful information to be included in the business impact estimate. So incorporating risk analysis, owner impact assessment, and sensitivity analysis, the county can ensure this ordinance is fair, transparent, and financially sustainable. I urge you to strengthen the BIE by addressing these gaps before moving forward. The $10 million in fees over time needs solid data to protect us all. So I'd like to move on to item 16, the $10 million ask for the Woodson Museum's new...
Sir, that item's been pulled. Thank you.
Oh, it has. Well, thank you so much. Please strengthen the BIE and address these gaps before moving forward. The $10 million in fees over time needs the solid data. I've been emailed solutions, and I thank you guys so much. God bless you all.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. If I didn't have a card on that individual, so if that was on a future agenda item for the 6 p.m. public hearing, so I just don't want him to speak again on the same topic at 6 p.m.
I have one more individual who's listed to speak on Citizens to be Heard, Pat Metcalf.
Yep, I've got him.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we can go to Pat Metcalf, and then we'll go to Chris Steiner, and that'll conclude public comment.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Pat Metcalf. I'm a nurse practitioner, and my background includes working as a critical care nurse, pharmaceutical sales rep, adjunct professor of nursing, and hospital management. And after much research, I am stunned at the fluoride product in our water system. It's called hydrofluorosilicic acid. It's classified as a drug and a neurotoxin according to the CDC. Yes, the FDA classifies fluoride as a drug. Fluoride is a medicine or medical treatment. It is not pharmaceutical grade, and the FDA has never approved fluoride for the prevention of tooth decay. Also, fluoride does nothing to improve the quality of water. So since fluoride is a drug, then we are all your patients. And city officials are not doctors. Doctors should be prescribing it and monitoring it. The safety data sheet for hydrofluorosilicic acid ranks it highest category 4 for acute oral toxicity. It's labeled, quote, harmful if swallowed, unquote. Take a moment and reflect on that. Harmful if swallowed. Fluoridated toothpaste, which is sodium fluoride, has a warning on it. Call poison control right away if accidentally swallowed. Yet we are swallowing this hydrofluorosilicic acid in our water, and there's no warning to our citizens. According to Florida's Patient Bill of Rights, Statute 381.026, patients are required to be provided informed consent and the ability to opt out of a medical treatment if they choose. Why are our citizens denied these rights with fluoride? Citizens want choice when it comes to medical treatments, and doctors should be involved since fluoride is a drug. You are not doctors, and even if you were, you would never agree to mass force medication like fluoride on our citizens. The ADA may mention that fluoride is naturally occurring mineral, but the hydrofluorosilicic acid, that's the type of fluoride in our water system. It is not naturally occurring fluoride. It's a man-made molecule that eats through concrete, glass, and stainless steel. Why on earth are we putting that in our water? This acid is an industrial waste byproduct from the phosphate fertilizer and aluminum industries. This industrial waste is a neurotoxin that can even contain contaminants such as arsenic and lead. And how disturbing is it that these industries place their toxic industrial waste in our water system and we're paying them to do this? If a citizen chooses to want fluoride, fluoride is readily available in toothpaste, mouthwashes, and by prescription. So I ask that you place on the next agenda to remove fluoride, this hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is a drug and medical treatment, from our water system. This product should be prescribed and monitored by a medical doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, we have Chris Steiner.
Is there a document camp? I'll place document there. So if the document camp could be on for the duration of my talk, please. If that works. Would I be able to see it? There we are. Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Chris Steiner here in Clearwater, Florida, District 2, Brian Scott's district. Once again demanding that you put on the agenda the end of water fluoridation for Pinellas County and also removing the fluoridation equipment. On the screen you can see at the bottom are just some references where folks can learn more and organize. I'm an organizer for We Are Change Tampa, as I've mentioned before, and administrator for the Tampa Bay Water Freedom Group at the top, and at the bottom are my websites. To pick up where I left off last time, there are 3 classes of fluoride, some more toxic than others, according to guinea pig studies covered in the 1978 book by George L. Walbot, MD, entitled Fluoridation, the Great Dilemma, page 88. The least toxic class is naturally occurring, like calcium fluoride. The second most toxic class are the byproducts of aluminum manufacturing, which are sodium fluoride and stannous fluoride, which are pharmaceutical grade and usually found in dental products, and labeled with a warning to call poison control if more than a pea-sized amount is consumed. The warning also serves as a disclaimer against liability. These were the forms of fluoride initially used when fluoridation started in this country in the 1940s, though most municipalities now use the third and most toxic class, silicofluorides, also known as fluorosilicates, which are just a part of the industrial waste from phosphate mining's acidulation process, where waste from their wet scrubbers, not just fluoride, but also mercury, lead, arsenic, tin, cadmium, plus many more toxic metals and radioactive isotopes and hundreds of other toxins, are stripped with sulfuric acid from those wet scrubbers, trucked in epoxy-lined tankers. There are many news stories of spills causing big potholes, and sold to municipalities rather than having to pay to dispose of it as safely as possible. A mineral in one form may be helpful or even necessary, while that same mineral in another form can do harm and kill. And I've yet to see any studies, if anyone could offer, on fluoride being necessary for any structure or function in the body. It's not in the FDA's recommended daily allowance. If water fluoridation were forced medication, it would be contrary to the Clean Water Act's prohibition against the addition of medicine to the public water supply, and county commissioners, city council members, and others responsible for adding it would be practicing mass medicine for which there is no license. Thus, the quote industrial discharge end quote additive is actually forced toxification under the guise of forced medication. That industrial discharge, as specified in my last talk in the annual water quality analysis, consumer confidence report on water quality, mass mandated administration of admitted industrial waste, absent informed consent, and coupled with prohibitively high water rates should be lowered by ending water fluoridation. These are breaches of the public trust.
Thank you. Your
Destroy a
time is up.
resource needed by civilian population, and are war crimes, crimes against humanity, against the Nuremberg Principles, Hague Conventions.
Your time is up.
Helsinki rules. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next, we're going to move on to storm recovery update.
Morning or afternoon, Commissioners. We'll first start with Kevin McAndrew coming up. He's on his way up. So we've removed emergency management as part of the update. I think that is kind of went down that path. She needs to go back to work, and so we're freeing her up to do that. We can answer any questions. As you also know, and I sent out a memo to this effect, with the passage of the waiver of the permit fees, we are ending the local state of emergency. So we're no longer under a state of emergency once this meeting ends today and you pass that. And so at that point, we've freed up emergency management. So we have Kevin coming up. He'll continue to provide these until we get through all the substantial damage assessments and permits. And then after that, we're also going to move to the part of the county administrator's report. We're going to have Horn give you an update on the CDBG DR program.
All right. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director of Building and Development Review Services. I'll start with an update on the substantial damage data, then I'm going to transition to a more detailed update on where we are with the reassessment process. That's really where our team's highest priority is focused at this time. The percentage of substantially damaged single-family homes continues to decline or reduce from the original outset of where there was an initial 446 dwellings that were determined substantially damaged. 63 have been reversed through the reassessment process. I'll speak to that in greater detail, bringing the percentage down currently to 11.5% of the overall structures that had the initial determination of SD. We do anticipate that number to continue to reduce as the balance of the reassessment applications are processed. We've 70% of the 446 property owners have filed for a reassessment. That's up 10% from when I last provided my update 2 weeks ago. I'm going to transition momentarily to condos. The flow of permits is now moving well. We've issued over 100 condo permits in the last 2 weeks, and staff continues to work with both association presidents as well as general contractors in refining that process. With regard to mobile homes and manufactured homes, 1,262 have been processed through the FEMA SDE tool. That's up about 400 since my last update. And the explanation for that is that we looked at the highest priority mobile home communities that we knew were in the lowest lying area within a floodplain, and we processed those initially. That was the 800 or so that I spoke to at my last update. Since then, we processed another 400 or so. The balance of 500 will be completed this week. The numbers are rather significant. 1,047 substantially damaged. That number will go up as the balance is processed this week. The overall percentage will go down nominally, and that is because this this final set that we're processing happen to be in areas within a floodplain where there are some higher elevations where some of those units did not take on water during the events. There's still a lot of coordination that is occurring with the association presidents. Following the last meeting, we actually had a team of inspectors up at the Sun Retreat community performing safe home inspections, which resulted in the balance of those as those unit owners getting a permit to restore power. So progress is being made within these communities. Drilling down a little bit now into the reassessment data, I mentioned that 70% of those that received the initial determination have filed the reassessment. That's the 311. 63 have been reversed. To date, we have 3 structures or 3 homes that have received a final substantial damage determination. And one of those, I believe, was actually seeking to go from not substantially damaged to substantially damaged for purposes of higher ranking for grant funding moving forward. The 2 that remain substantially damaged, they will have the ability to pursue an appeal through the clerk of the court special magistrate process. I think the one data point that's encouraging on the reassessment is the direct communication between the team that is performing these reviews and the applicants and homeowners that have filed these applications. It's jumped up to over 1,000. That's 800 direct communications that have occurred since the last update. And I translate that as meaning that we're going to see the balance that are in review right now, 167, move through the finality of this process. It's taken some time to get us to where we are, but that communication line is strong. And like I said, I'm confident that my next update that we'll see the balance of what's in review significantly reduced. When I transition over to mobile manufactured homes, I think you'll recall that we've set up a separate team of subject matter experts with in-person support at 440 to assist the residents in filing those reassessments. We've had 113 filed to date, 112 are in review. We've brought on additional staff just this week. We'll complete the training to start pushing those reviews forward. What we've found is that the staff that we have in person at 440 Court Street has effectively been dedicated to assisting the residents complete those applications, the reassessment paperwork, and get that into the system to move those reviews forward. So we've augmented staffing just this week, and we have set up a similar communication line where there's direct contact being made between reviewers and those homeowners within the mobile home communities. And just within the past week or so, we've had 100 of those direct communications. I'll complete my update with on the permitting data. At my last update, I spoke to the fact that we had our highest number of permits issued in a week, 200, and that was the week of February 3rd. Are sustaining that same cadence the last 2 weeks with over 400 permits issued. So we're right at that peak of the permitting, and that's aligned with what we had anticipated at this point in time in the recovery effort. I do anticipate as we move through February into March, we'll begin to see that decline because as at the close of today, we will surpass the 3,000 storm repair permits issued. So that's a very, again, favorable sign as far as our residents that are coming forward and coming into compliance with permitting and in compliance with the Florida Building Code. Lastly, the in-person permit support hub continues to be a very valuable resource for all of our residents. The extended hours continue to be valuable, whether it be early in the morning or till 6 o'clock at night. And on Saturday, where the volume hasn't been significant, we do know that those that come in are there because they don't have an opportunity to be there during the week, and that resource has really been key.
Questions for Kevin? No questions? I've got a question, Kevin. About how long does the initial reassessment take place?
It's evolved to where now it's likely, once an application is deemed complete and distributed, it would be within a 1 to 2 week period. It's much longer than that for those that had been filed earlier, because what we have found was that reviews were going through multiple cycles of incomplete data, and part of the evolution of this process and refining it was to make sure at the outset that the data that is initially filed is in fact complete and facilitates then a review happening in a much more expeditious manner.
How are we helping residents, that are, I've talked with some residents that are sort of struggling with navigating that process, and it may just be lack of technical ability on their end, I don't know, but do we have staff that can kind of walk people through that process?
We do. That's a key component of the Permit Support Hub. That team that is in person on the first floor supports both permitting as well as reassessment for single-family homes. On the fourth floor, we have a team set up specifically for the mobile home reassessment process.
If we run into residents that are they're running into challenges that are having a problem navigating it, is there somebody in particular we should point them to, or a phone number or a particular contact to?
The email, which is sddeterminations@pinellas.gov, that's monitored all day, and that will be responded to provide assistance.
That was SDE determinations?
SD determinations. Here, I'll put it back up on screen. We've set up a dedicated email associated with the reassessment for the single-family dwellings as one associated with the mobile homes. The mobile homes is MH_SD determination. So,
You guys, can we get the overhead? Why isn't it showing up? Where do you have it?
I have it here. At pinellas.gov.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right, cool. Can you push it up? Oh, there it is. Okay, there you go.
Any other questions? Commissioner Eggers?
On the manufactured homes, just so I'm trying to get a feeling for the scope of what we're talking about. 1,200 have been processed through the FEMA SDE, and 83% of those, or 1,000, are substantially damaged. That's what your numbers say?
Yes, that's the initial determination.
And and how many parks are we talking about? How many mobile home parks?
We're talking about approximately 12. We had approximately, I think that was 6 that were part of what we were calling the Priority 1. Those were, again, the parks that were in the lowest lying area within a floodplain. And we know we're inundated with anywhere from 3 to 4 feet of water. And there's approximately 5 or 6 also in that second set that I've been speaking to today.
And how are the communities in total dealing with this issue? I mean, how are they, since they're substantially damaged, in theory, they have to be raised up? So are they being raised up individually? Are they being raised, what's going on in these communities?
So you have two different, really distinct set of circumstances. You have communities in which the unit owners own the dirt. They're either fee title or they're cooperative setup where there's a different degree of interest in those communities to date, wanting to understand how to move forward with grant funding, as well as the potential of reversing that determination. Those that lease the land, we're working more closely with the management companies of those particular communities in making sure that this process, the reassessment process, is disseminated to all those residents. So we have a blend at the moment. We have a blend of both of those two types of ownership coming in for the reassessment.
In all cases, most of the costs for that infrastructure change is falling on the residents themselves? Yeah, I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of work to get these places.
So when you mention infrastructure, I initially think of roads, utilities. I mean, that would be, again, the association. If you're talking about the cost for those that own the dirt, yeah, all of that cost of elevating those units would fall with those respective owners. And as I've mentioned previously, in many cases, the age and condition of these units would never even support that from occurring. They just would collapse on themselves in many instances. So it's more likely in those circumstances that those will be demolished and replaced with new.
Replaced with?
Replaced with a compliant unit, elevated.
You're getting a sense that that's the direction a lot of these are going, that they're going to continue in the business, but just at a...
I think we're beginning to hear of that, but we haven't seen that, that activity yet, that permitting activity.
Well, obviously, a huge part of our housing stock in the county, right? I mean, these folks.
Absolutely.
And so understanding that and how we can help and whatever we can do, and your office is doing a great job, but pretty traumatic stuff, so thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? I'm real curious to see as we work through the CDBG grant process, I would tend to think that the mobile home parks would probably be a good candidate for that in terms of the income, in terms of the income requirements for that. So I would...
Right. You can ask Brian those questions here real soon.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have the folks
So,
from Horn.
Commissioners, I'll steal Commissioner Scott's introductory remarks for tomorrow because I didn't have anything to prepare to introduce Horn. But as you know, we are receiving a CDBG DR grant that's given to local governments. We received $813 million to help low to moderate income residents and businesses with recovery. That is a lot of money, and it is the one of the largest grants that's been provided, if not the largest, and they'll speak to it. We went through a competitive selection process, and we selected Horn as the consultant to help us with how to prepare this plan. We have to come up very quickly and prepare a plan on how this money to be used. That action plan has to be approved by HUD, and there's a very, very detailed process that we have to go through to do it. So with that, I'm going to introduce Ryan Flannery and Jenna Abbey, and they're going to speak to this whole process and what you have to look forward to here over the next few months as we engage on a very, very robust public engagement process. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burton. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman. So we want to speak with you today about the CDBG DR action plan process. At a high level, we're going to start very basic. So we want to talk a bit about what CDBG DR is. So CDBG DR, or Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding, is a supplemental appropriation that rides on the chassis of the annual CDBG program. Many of you are likely aware of CDBG and have worked with it throughout your years on the commission. And Congress uses this as a vehicle. It's really a way to get funding from the federal government to local governments, states that that have disasters that really exceed their ability to recover, with considering all the other funding sources being FEMA, private insurance, SBA, and so on. It's not an annually authorized program. This is important because it is a supplemental program, which means that it uses the CDBG regulations that exist to guide the program, to be the foundation of the program from a regulatory standpoint. And then Congress will then authorize HUD to develop Federal Register notices and publish a Federal Register notice in the Federal Register that lays out the allocations for grantees and also lays out new and rules where they waive and add new, waive some of the rules and add some new rules to those specific funds. Just as a quick history lesson, it was first appropriated after Hurricane Andrew back in 1993. Back then, very little in the way of new rules. They basically just used the annual CDBG rules and used that as a plus up to their existing programs. They then moved on after Hurricane Katrina. It became kind of more of a formal program where the federal government, HUD, wrote about an 8-page Federal Register notice. That 8-page notice then turned into about an 80-page notice in 2013, which kind of stayed around that same length until just recently, and HUD published what is called the Universal Notice. That's about 120 pages. And so I highlight this really to just say that it's not congressionally authorized, and it's very flexible, but there are a lot of rules that go into it, as the administrator had mentioned, and that is why we follow these specific processes to make sure the action plan is developed in a way that is able to be implemented in a compliant manner, efficient manner, and effective manner. So really quickly, the funding process. It starts again as an appropriation in Congress. It's signed by the president. It then goes to HUD. HUD determines the allocations. They use a formula methodology to calculate how much each grantee that had a significant disaster in that particular, that was subject to that particular statute, how much they all are going to get. They then publish a notice in the register, like I had mentioned, and those funds are then awarded to states and local governments to carry out. Once it goes to the grantee, in this case the county, this is where we are right now. We prepare an action plan. The action plan lays out how we're going to use the funds, the types of activities, and many other requirements that are in the notice. And then ultimately, once that plan is approved by HUD, accepted by HUD is the term that they use, that's when the county moves into administering programs that will range from mitigation to housing and many others, which we'll talk about here shortly.
So the process for the county to access this funding is laid out on this slide here. Step 1, we have to develop an action plan. During development of the action plan, the county must solicit public input, collect data on the unmet disaster recovery needs caused by Hurricanes Idalia, Helene, and Milton, and the county must also host 3 public meetings. It's important to note that public meetings in the context of this, they are different than the public hearing we are attending today. They are public meetings intended to solicit input on the plan from Pinellas County residents. We are currently in the development phase of the action plan. Once drafted, that plan will be published for 30 days for public comment. After public comment is received, the county must incorporate all public comment into the plan prior to submission to HUD. Per the regulation, HUD has 45 days to review and approve Pinellas County's action plan, after which they will issue a grant agreement to Pinellas County. The grant agreement is what essentially unlocks Pinellas's line of credit to that $813 million, which in turn allows the county to launch its programs and access those funds. The action plan also has requirements, which are laid out here on this slide. Foundational to the action plan and how the county programs its money is what's called an unmet needs assessment. This is where the county analyzes data from sources like FEMA, NFIP, SBA, and the public to determine where there are remaining needs caused by the disasters. The county will use that analysis to develop programs and/or projects to address those remaining unmet needs, or determine mitigation projects to make the county more resilient in the face of future disasters. Programs and projects proposed must be generally commensurate to the level of unmet need in that category. So, for example, if the unmet needs analysis were to reveal that the bulk of the unmet need is in the housing sector, HUD would expect to see programs that address primarily housing needs. The county, as I mentioned, must consult stakeholders in the creation of the action plan, and 70% of the funding expended must benefit low to moderate income households. Low to moderate income household in Pinellas County is about $76,000 per year for a family of 4. HUD also has some expenditure requirements and caps on how the county must spend this $813 million. There's $707 million that have been allocated for unmet need. This is for projects that directly tie back to needs resulting from those disasters. In addition to that, there is a 15% mitigation set aside. $106 million of this budget can be spent on projects or programs with solely a mitigative purpose. These projects do not necessarily need to meet an unmet need caused by the relevant disasters, although they might. Lastly, the allocation has a 5% administration cap, meaning the county cannot spend more than 5% or approximately $40 million to administer the grant over the life of the programs. And again, 70% of funding must be spent to benefit LMI populations.
So what can we do with these funds? Every activity, every project that's carried out must be an eligible activity. Under the regular CDBG program, there are about 25. There were some additional activities that are authorized, created by the Federal Register notice, and some waivers that allow for flexibility within some of the activities that exist within the regular CDBG program. They also must meet a national objective. There are 3 national objectives, main national objectives. The first is LMI, or low to moderate income. As Jenna had mentioned, 70% has to be spent on LMI persons or households. There's also urgent need. Urgent need means that you're addressing an urgent need that was caused by the event. And then third is the slum and blight national objective. Slum and blight tends to be used very rarely with these programs. And then finally, the third component to an eligible CDBG-DR project is the tieback or mitigation needs, as Jenna just mentioned. This is very critical. Tieback is extremely important. It's not regular CDBG, so it's appropriated for this specific disaster, and these specific disasters, in this case, the 3 hurricanes. And there has to be a way to tie that back to the hurricanes themselves and the unmet need that's remaining from the hurricanes and the damage caused by the hurricanes. Aside from that, there's the mitigation set aside, so you can also use the funds for mitigation needs. Those mitigation needs are identified in the action plan, and they have to tie back to the action plan or connect back to the action plan ultimately in order to be an eligible activity or project.
So HUD recognizes that.
Yes.
One question.
What's that? Well, I know. I just before they leave that slide, I'm sorry. Low to moderate income households, I've heard you say. I've also heard you say low income areas. So, I mean, there are a lot of folks who may not be in low income areas but are retired, so their income is very low. And do they fit the argument or the criteria, or just trying to make sure I understand that little piece?
Sure. So it really depends on the activity that's being carried out. So the way that we look at this is there are two basic types of activities. One is a direct benefit activity. The other is an area benefit activity. So if you're carrying out, for example, a rehabilitation of somebody's home, that household has to be an LMI household, right? If you want to meet the LMI national objective. Otherwise, it would be an urgent need or slum and blight, and in that case, most likely an urgent need national objective. Now, when we're talking about other projects that are not direct benefit, those projects tend to be infrastructure projects or community facility type projects that benefit a population. It's called a service area is what HUD refers to it as. So if you, for example, repair a segment of roadway, there is an analysis that has to be done in the service areas that has to be created, and 51% of that population has to be LMI. HUD provides those numbers, and we can access those numbers and determine whether or not a service area is eligible. But generally speaking, if it's direct, it's based on the income of the household, or in certain instances, the person, because sometimes people are being helped directly. If it's area, then it's the service area that the people who are being served in that particular service area.
And it refers to all types of housing.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, please interrupt. We are happy to answer questions.
I want to piggyback on that a little bit because Pinellas County is pretty much built out, there's a lot of what we call infill housing. So you could have a community where it may be like 48% LMI, but you've had some newer homes built that are two-story because that's how they can get their density for that, or townhomes or condos. So now that little, very small percentage are individuals that take you over the LMI. So you would use the direct assistance to help those LMIs within those constructs? Because there are several areas now that have that configuration.
Only if the type of activity that you're carrying out, typically it's through infrastructure, public facilities, if it's that type of activity and it only serves an area that is less than 51% LMI, you can still serve that, but it just has to count towards your unmet needs, your urgent needs national objective. HUD did give us a bit of flexibility there in their most recent Federal Register notice, where you can actually count the percentage of LMI towards your overall benefit. It used to be all or nothing. But again, I want to be really clear about direct benefit. If we're rehabbing homes, reconstructing homes, providing assistance to individuals, their income is what matters. If we're doing something with respect to infrastructure, it's the area.
Yeah, so the fact that you live in a neighborhood that may not be LMI does not necessarily disqualify you from receiving assistance.
And Commissioners, as they're doing a very high-level overview, as you think about the types of things you would like to see, let them, do the sausage making and figure out what we can and we can't do, because we went through this, for hours, talking about programs, and if we do this, then how does that impact here? And what about if it's a business where they have workers that may be eligible, so we put these ideas out. That's part of creating the plan. And so then they can figure out the combination of programs that'll make it a HUD approvable plan.
And it was back to the 15% that you said can be used for mitigation, thank you. Mitigation, resilience, and sustainability. Would that account for any upgrades we would want to do with our stormwater sewer systems, or anything that would help to secure them or protect them as best as we can?
Well, you could use things for infrastructure, for stormwater systems, actually wastewater system, water systems, but, and you'll see that on a future slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What we're proposing is that we really focus on people first and put the municipal and the county's cost as a secondary burner and put it into people and programs that help people. Let us figure out our own wastewater systems and stuff. Now, St. Peter was differently. They may choose a different plan. But, we have things that were impacted because of the storm. Most of that stuff is reimbursable through FEMA. So it doesn't need to be reimbursed. There's others that have failed to maintain systems or whatever, and then they have big upgrades that need to occur. This program will run out of money very quickly just helping people. And so, it's how we prioritize it. So the answer is yes, we could, but we think we should put it into programs that help people with their immediate needs and their housing needs and things like that first. And then if we can always assume that as a later objective. if there's remaining funds.
Okay, and
This
then
is about a 5-year program we have?
6.
6-year program. So this is going to go on for a long
I
time.
know, and then I'm gonna ask this one, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm not keep. So if we are helping an individual property owner, how does this funding figure in with if they in fact had insurance on the property, or if FEMA provided them with some rehabilitation funds, or even the county with our program, which was providing individual homes with, funding for rehabbing on their homes? So how would that negate them from being eligible for this, or is that something we've got to work through?
Well, it's however we want to design our program,
Okay.
and so, I mean,
Let me give you an example. A young lady's house, she called me, nothing I could do but sympathize with her. Her roof was gone. Her insurance company, after they came out and saw it and all, gave her a check for $5,000 for her roof.
And Commissioner.
You can't even get a half barn for $5,000.
That's a type of program, and you'll see where we're talking about creating a program to be unreimbursed costs.
Okay.
Those are ways in which we can design our program to get money to people quickly.
Because she had to come up with the balance, which was about $10,000 to complete the roof. So if she had, I'm just thinking out loud, if she had the receipts and everything that showed that it was damage due to Helene or Milton, she could potentially be eligible for this as a form of. Okay.
That could be a program that we do if we structure it that way.
Yeah, check mark right there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said check mark right. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna.
Commissioner Latvala, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barry, you've said that St. Pete's going to be getting some money. Are there other cities in Pinellas, or are we responsible for the balance?
We're responsible for all 23 except for St. Petersburg, and they received
Okay.
their own. And I do want to say this because people said separately, well, I think we develop our plans separately. They're going through this process to develop a plan that fits for them. But if we come up with, let's just say, some kind of countywide housing program, we should probably at least coordinate and maybe do it together. That way it's consistent across jurisdictions. But that's way down the road. We'll figure that out.
Right. Back to, I think, our eldest commissioner's question, Commissioner Eggers. No, Commissioner Eggers, about the beach. So if there was a retiree, because the first hurricane demolished the beach, the second hurricane demolished St. Petersburg. I mean, I'm speaking in generalities, but that's kind of what happened. If there was a retiree that lived at the beach in I don't live at the beach, but I think a lot of those houses are like $1 million houses that, demolished their house. Could we set up something where, people that lived along the beach could be eligible for a program even though they would have the means to pay for it themselves, even though they're considered retirees, but their income level would not be.
Well, you have some flexibility within your
Right.
plan, but you've got to meet national objectives, which is 70% going to low to moderate income.
But
And
but wouldn't retirees be able to fit that low to?
Depends on their income. And remember, it would be reimbursed costs, so minus
Right.
insurance,
Right.
and so they're gonna get into some ideas about specific programs. So, but we have some flexibility, but they have to meet competing needs, which is an overall plan that can be approved by HUD.
And when you say programs.
But I'm gonna let them speak to this.
Are we talking about like how we did the ARPA program where it's like helping
Flip 2 slides
nonprofits?
forward.
and-
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so currently the county,
Go one more. See, these are we're talking specifics. And that, so they were kind of giving you the overall national objectives and how we have to fit it in. Here's where we're going to talk about like specific things that you're referring to.
So then basically, we would just pick, like, from that group, what we want to prioritize.
Correct.
Okay.
And it overlaps that because, like, for instance, everybody says, well, what about, the state's Elevate program? Well, that's a good question. How many are they going to do? Would we cover the 25%, or is that on the state? Well, then we still have to fit the HUD objective. So it gets really complicated. That's the reason I say this is going to be a sausage making because we want to get everybody's input. Your ideas, the community's ideas, and the public's ideas, and then they're going to have to prepare like a set of recommendations to make it all work.
On this screen, for the nonprofits, would that be the 30% part of the equation? That's not the low and moderate?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. If I think we can get through. Do you want us to stick here? Or you want us to go back one and then
Go back one slide and go through it, and I think that'll help explain
if we
some of the questions.
yes, if we set this kind of the stage, then we get into the next step, which is I think really where you're headed, and we're happy to have that conversation.
Yeah, so to the commissioner's point, all of the things we could do with this money, HUD offers really great flexibility with CDBG-DR dollars because every community's recovery needs are different. As we do the unmet needs analysis, recovery needs will come into focus. We can use this funding for housing, activities like single-family and multifamily repair, reconstruction, new construction. We can use this funding for infrastructure and public facilities, things like bridge repair. We can use this funding for economic development and economic revitalization, things like small business grants and loans. We can use this funding for mitigation, things like stormwater infrastructure improvements. We can use this money for public services, legal aid, housing counseling, those types of activities. Planning, exactly what it sounds like, and of course, administration, the cost to oversee and administer this grant. We likely won't do all of these activities, but we could do any of these. The next slide gets into the proposed people-centric programs the county is currently contemplating.
Right, so from day one, when we sat down with the administrator and the ACAs and started brainstorming these things and trying to understand kind of where is Pinellas County, where does Pinellas County want to go, the recurring theme that we heard was, this is for the people, this is about the people. So, we kind of developed this concept, you can call it a slogan, you can call it a branding of people first programs is really where we're headed, right, in our minds. And this is something that we're putting forth out of all of those types of activities that you can do. And there are a lot. $813 million is not going to be able to do them all. We still have to figure out where do we head and how do we figure out which programs are going to be the most effective, the most efficient, and really get to the people and help them in a way they haven't been helped yet. So when we think about the people first programs, at a high level, we think about this through a single point of application. How do we turn this into not just words on paper, which is what many plans are, but how do you take that and turn it into programs that can be implemented? And I go back to one of the first slides where I mentioned that there are a lot of rules. So you have to think about this with the end in mind, right? To say, okay, we can we can provide assistance to homeowners. So examples of this, and these are some ideas we put forth, and we very much are eager to hear your thoughts on these, and of course the public's as well. But with respect to homeowners, we know homeowners have been through a lot. We've seen a lot of people lose everything. I've been through homes near my neighborhood and helped them repair their homes shortly after the storms, and we know that there's a lot of need out there still. So with these funds, we can address rehabilitation, reconstruction of single-family homes. We can also address manufactured housing units as part of that. I've heard that come up a few times today. We can also provide reimbursement to homeowners who maybe they've come out of pocket, maybe they tapped into their 401k, maybe they pulled everything out of savings, and they're in a really bad place now, right? So we can also offer reimbursement for work that they've already done. Again, we want to think about people, renters. Renters oftentimes get left out of these recoveries. So HUD actually in the new notice did give us an opportunity to help renters directly with something called disaster relief payments. And that really, the way that would work is you'd look at if they had a hardship, and they still needed some help to get back on their feet, we could make payments to help assist them with things like their rent and other costs. So that would be a program we could run and support renters with. Local landlords, a local landlord program would be one where we've contemplated small mom and pop type owners of rental properties. Maybe you have an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, behind your home, and you rent it to a local, server. Maybe you have a couple of properties that you've been renting out. You're not an LLC, you're not a large corporation, you're not even a nonprofit, but you may need help to get your rental properties back up and running. That also helps to maintain and increase the affordable housing stock. Typically, they come with like a 5-year affordability period, something along those lines. And then finally, in terms of the people first, we think about this and kind of rounding it out in general. The economy, the economy does play a role. People lost their jobs. I have friends who left the beach. They couldn't get, their places they worked closed down. So with these funds, you can support small businesses with grants, loans, things like that, working capital, help them rebuild, help them repair. And of course, the nonprofits sector. So going back to the commissioner's question about nonprofits, when you're assisting a nonprofit, typically you're assisting a nonprofit that's providing services to an LMI population predominantly. And so that's where that would come in, and you have to look at that, again, from an area benefit or a certain type of clientele, who's using those resources, who's using the services that they offer. And there are other ways to get there as well. But this is the kind of the suite of People First programs that we've considered so far. This is by no means baked, and there's a lot of work to do. We still need to talk to you all. We need to talk to the public and think about these, much more and hear everybody's feedback to really develop this out. But as you're asking great questions, those are the types of things that we will be working through as we develop not only the plan at a high level, but also how do we develop programs that can be run and managed and effective and compliant.
And what Ryan was just talking about there is real important because, we saw this during COVID where we had, it cost us as much to manage a program than it was to put the money out. So we're trying to find things that could be easily managed. Remember, you've got a tracking period, you've got an accountability and an audit process. So we could do a lot more. They have a lot more areas, than what you're seeing up here. And some of that will come out through your comments, through the public input process. So what you see here probably won't be what will be, brought back to you as a recommendation. But we have to keep in mind how to manage all of this. And if you think about it, like elevating homes, $300,000, that's 2,700 homes, that would be it, and all the money would be gone. So, you can run out of money very quickly on these programs when you're talking countywide impacts.
The 3 public meetings that you mentioned, would the plan be to have those in different areas around the county?
Yes. So we currently plan to have meetings in North County, Mid County, and South County, and a virtual meeting as well, so that we're able to get input from everybody across the county.
And I really like the People First proposal, and that's something that I would support by and large. Is there any thought of doing any kind of mitigation for future storms?
You called it.
One step ahead.
That's the next slide. So we do have a, I'm sorry, any other questions before I switch?
Just one quick question. On the 70% of the funds that needs to be used for low to moderate income, 70% of which number? The unmet need number or the overall number?
It's actually the overall number minus the admin that's expended, right? And then minus planning. So it's a little bit less than the overall $813 million, but that does change. We actually had some slides that showed that, but it gets a little confusing because the target moves based on how much money is spent in those categories, right? Okay. We use the term program funds, so it's 70% of program funds, which would be, again, minus planning and admin.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, and so to get to mitigation and infrastructure, so recognizing the people first that's the number one goal, that's the priority. There is still a mitigation set aside that has to be met. So the 15% is both a floor and a ceiling, meaning you can't spend more than 15% of your funds on mitigation, but you also need to spend at least 15%. Okay, and so Yeah, oh, I'm sure. But what we're proposing here is actually a bit of a longer runway type of effort, to consider. This will be one where we provide a certain amount of funding to local governments and to the county, which would be eligible to administer projects as well directly, to develop local mitigation plans. So that really what we're trying to get out of that is understanding what the highest and best use of these funds would be, understanding that there is probably going to be a relatively small amount of funding available for mitigation. It's only 15% of the overall award. And so we wanted to make sure that there was an opportunity for the cities to get involved, to understand what it is that their highest and best needs, their most important needs are, and then ultimately it would run through a process where the county would have the final determination with respect to which projects are selected. Super early on, a lot of thought has to go into this still, but this is a way that we can meet the mitigation set aside and address the local government's kind of role as well, and kind of and make sure that they are putting forth what again, the best projects really are. So, any questions?
Commissioner Flowers.
Not a question, but a comment. I realized that during COVID, we had a very short period of time to put that program together, and I thought we did a really good job, with that time frame and then pushing those dollars out. One thing that I would be looking for is making sure we have enough staff to handle the incoming requests for whatever it is that comes out in the sausage making.
Correct.
And that I'm sure you all agree, we want to make sure we have the proper documentation, follow through, paperwork, we want to have all of that. But I don't want it so cumbersome where a person gives up before they get to the end of the process. Because you've got to call this, send this, do this, jump over this hurdle. I don't want it that, because again, that'll take away from the time frame by which we have to expend these funds. But it'll also just further frustrate the residents who we're trying to make some things a little bit easier for. So those are my only outputs. I'll be attending at least one of the community discussions, because I am sure you all will get a lot of information.
That's what they're for.
But as we discussed before, and I've relayed that, the idea is how can we get money to people quickly with the accountability necessary?
Unfortunately, again, kind of just some backstory. I was a manager within the disaster recovery division at HUD for a decade. So, compliance is always coming to mind. And then I left the federal government and I started working with a private firm, Horn. And I met people like Jenna who are masterminds at operationalizing programs. So it's interesting to see the two. And finding the right balance is critical, and it's key. It's going to be a huge part of how we develop this plan. And we don't want to over-engineer the plan. We want to make sure it's high level enough. Deal with a lot of that in your program guidelines and the technical stuff. But by and large, we want a good plan that can be executed, it'll be compliant, and will assist people quickly and efficiently. Okay.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chair, do you have a question?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Horn, what's the last plan that you initiated or you put into practice? What area was that in?
The last plan that we developed and then implemented was within the state of Alabama.
It was a hurricane event, or?
It was a hurricane event, correct.
So you've done several, Horn's done many plans.
Yes, sir.
So why can't you just bring us your favorite 3 plans and we, hey, this is what I like that one. I like
Alabama
this one.
is way different.
We actually
kind of are.
We kind of did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, every recovery is different. I don't know that the recovery we planned for rural Alabama from Hurricane Sally and Zeta would be appropriate for coastal Pinellas.
But a lot of what you did in Lee County, however.
Lee County.
Lee
So
County,
I didn't know if
definitely.
you'd done Lee
Absolutely.
County.
So-
I was getting at, where have you been? Do you have any that are similar to us that we could get to this plan quicker and say, yeah, I like this plan, let's.
That's the idea. So we have written several action plans. We also have a lot of years implementing these programs, overseeing these grants. So we are bringing best practices, lessons learned to this planning process so that we can get through it as quickly as possible and design programs that have the lowest barrier to entry for your residents while still maintaining compliance.
So to your question, this is where this concept comes from. It comes from almost 20 years of experience, different sides of the fence, implementing programs, writing plans. This is a pathway, a program design that can get to people quickly, effectively, efficiently, in a compliant manner. That's the goal.
Okay, and the 5% for the administration, is that for, does HUD consider that an overall administration, or your administration, or our administration? I don't know what it's
It's
administration.
a not to exceed, so it depends on what programs and how much it takes to implement that. A lot of the stuff that we're going to recommend, we'll outsource to oversee something, but then we will have to have some internal resources, so it'll be a combination.
Okay, I just didn't want to spend a lot of money.
No,
I'd like to save money on the
I would love to
plan.
keep that as small as possible and push that money out into the programs.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks.
All right, so lastly, what's the timeline? Currently, we are in the development phases of the action plan. Like we discussed, much of what we presented today is still in draft form. We are currently gathering data from FEMA, NFIP, SBA, as well as gathering information from the public, the municipalities, and stakeholders like you all. We will be in the action plan drafting phase until late April, at which point the action plan will be published for public comment. The action plan will remain published for comment for 30 days, which means it will stay public for until about late May, at which point it will be submitted to HUD. As I mentioned earlier, HUD has 45 days to review and accept that plan, which puts their approval sometime in July of this year. And we expect the grant agreement to come in Q3 of 2025, which would allow programs to start in about the fall. We would love to have intense public input and collaboration. So if I could call your attention to the orange box, that's sort of a zoom in on the public input section of the plan development between April and May as we draft this plan. I mentioned HUD requires 3 public meetings. Pinellas County wants to go above and beyond, and we have 5 tentatively scheduled at present. We've got one scheduled on April 7th, one on April 10th, one on April 24th, one on May 6th, and a virtual hearing to be scheduled in April or May. We'd also like to collaborate with you, the commissioners, throughout this process to garner your feedback as this plan begins to take shape at your April 22nd working session and your May 6th commission meeting, as well as individual touch points throughout as your very busy schedules allow. The hope being that with all this public input, this plan as drafted really is a plan for the people of Pinellas County.
That's high level.
All right. Commissioner Peters.
And you'll give us the dates and locations, so if we want to attend and observe, we can?
Of course.
Thank you.
And they've made sure they reached out to every mayor, every public works director, every city manager to make sure that the communities are well informed of these dates.
And the first meeting we have scheduled is tomorrow, actually, with the Big C.
First meeting is actually tomorrow. That is with the Big C. And then we have a North and a South County meeting on Thursday, virtual, right?
Correct.
And I will be attending that meeting of the Big C, so I will not be at PSTA tomorrow. All right, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so now we are on to the consent agenda. Is there any commissioner that would like to pull anything from consent, items 2 through 13? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Eggers. We have a second from Commissioner Scheer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Wow, I think we tired them out.
I did. All right, moving on to item number 14.
Okay, item number 14 is a resolution relating to local technical amendments to the Florida Building Code. This largely is adding flexibility, so we do not include the damages caused by flood in the what is it, substantial improvement category.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add, we did correct a Scrivener's error in the resolution that has already been provided to the board reporter. But just for anybody that may be watching, we did correct a statutory reference in the second whereas clause that is to the enabling legislation for the construction licensing board.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney. All right, what are the wishes of the board? I have a motion from Commissioner Peters.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scheer, I think. Okay. The clerk could open up the voting, please.
I'm a yes.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers is a yes. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 15.
Item 15 is a resolution relating to the waiving of building permit fees for storm reconstruction and repair. As you're aware, I provided that under my discretion during the local state of emergency. This would be to be able to carry that out throughout this recovery period. This also allows us to remove our local state of emergency. And again, helping our residents while they're trying to work to reconstruct, alter, or modify a structure that's been that has sustained such damage, to elevate that structure, or otherwise bring it into compliance with the county's floodplain regulations and the Florida Building Code.
And I think we mentioned at the work session that this is something that reimbursable from FEMA.
We don't know if we're going to get reimbursed on this or not. I doubt we will. This is something that we're just probably going to have to eat. But again, it helps our residents when they're already facing cost. And so we think it's the right thing to do.
Yep.
Move approval.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Eggers, second from Commissioner Nowicki. If there's no further discussion, if the clerk could open up the voting, please. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 16, I think the application has been withdrawn, so.
The application on the request of the Woodson has been withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just wanted to say, first of all, thank you all for the dialogue and discussion. I had an emergency and had to leave. So sorry I didn't get to say I got to run. But I did have a chance to go back and look at it on the recording of it. So that was very good discussion and certainly good questions. You know, in speaking with the executive director and some of their board members, not knowing the certainty of which direction the raise will go and the construction and new development and rehabilitation of that gas plant district hinges on whether or not the raise actually come to the table and close out everything. And so that is not to say that they will not be back or will stop future considerations, but just wanted to make sure that they are making the best use of the time, dialogue, and discussion as it relates to funding. So again, thank you all very much for your in-depth discussion. You all asked some very good questions and whatnot, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity for even the consideration. Brian, oh, there you go. And for what was done through the TDC to really try to work with them in establishing what would have been the first African-American museum here in our community. So thank you.
You're welcome, and hopefully they'll be back and the raise will come to the table and life will go on. All right, moving on to item number 17.
Item 17 are revisions to the Elite Event and Destination Enhancement Funding Program guidelines from the Tourist Development Council. The changes that are being proposed are outlined within your packet, and Brian is here to answer any questions, if you have any.
Any questions for Brian? No? Wishes of the board? Okay, we got a lot of motions there. I think it was a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Latvala. The clerk could open up the voting, please. Who are we waiting on? Okay, Kathleen. All right. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 18.
This is affordable housing development by Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas on approximately 5.94 acres located in the Lellman Heights area. The county funding assistance totals a little over $2.2 million, penny funds and CRA funds, and staff recommends approval.
Okay. I do have one public speaker on this. That would be David Lee. Good afternoon.
Chairman Scott, David Lee, I live in the CRA, 46th Avenue, and I'm here in support of this project. I think it's actually really important, and I wanted to acknowledge a couple of things. The first thing is, I think it's really significant that this project is addressing probably one of the biggest challenges we have in the community, which is that huge gap between the number of renters and the number of owners. And this is helping to fill that with bringing new owners into our community. And that wasn't always the case. This has been going on for, 9, 10 years in Lellman Heights. And we're finally getting a good resolution for the community. And I think that's worth acknowledging. The second part is one really good component of this process was you brought it to our CRA. So you brought it to the CRA. We actually had some of our most talented members serve on the community or on the committee to select it. You brought it to us, you involved the community, and we're getting a good outcome. And that's really what we should be doing with everything. And finally, Habitat, they've built in my neighborhood, and it's always a really good result. They have a good reputation, and they produce a quality product. But one thing is Habitat here, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, they are. Yes. They're back there.
Just one question, because this is actually the first time our CRA is contributing a huge amount of money. I think it's like $500,000. And sometimes they don't stucco all 4 walls. So I was just wondering, because this is a CRA and we do have extra regulations about blight, if maybe because our CRA is being really extra generous on this, if they could commit, Mr. Chairman, to stuccoing all 4 walls. Is that possible?
I'll have to let Habitat speak to that.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, what are the wishes of the board? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Peters, second from Commissioner Latvala. Any further discussion? All right, clerk, could open up the voting, please. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 19.
It's an affordable housing program, project funding recommendation for Lake Bellevue Townhomes. This is a partnership between Habitat for Humanity and Tampa Bay Neighborhood Housing Services. Would produce 24 affordable units set aside with the income limits as outlined below.
Okay. Okay, motion from Commissioner Latvala.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion?
Timed us out.
That's right. Try to keep everything moving along here. All right. All right, so we have a motion and a second. If we could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 20.
All right, item 20 is an award acceptance with Florida Department of Children and Family Services. This is for a grant that is a collaboration between the Human Services, Sheriff's Office, Safe Harbor Emergency Shelter, Boyd Centers, and Nelos Health. It's $1.2 million over 3 years, and it has a 100% in-kind match.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Peters. Second from Commissioner Eggers. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, if the clerk can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 21.
It's a second amendment to an agreement with Homeless Emergency for the Homeless Emergency Project for emergency shelter and case management services. The second amendment exercises the 2-year renewal option and increases the contract accordingly.
Okay.
Second, somebody.
Motion from Commissioner Eggers, second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, clerk can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 22.
It's a termination of agreement for convenience with directions from mental health. This was at their request. This program, they're working to reprogram the dollars to other client needs areas.
Motion from Commissioner Peters.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Flowers. Any questions, discussion? No. Hearing none, if the clerk can open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 23.
This is a comprehensive plan amendment application and zoning atlas amendment application with the city of Clearwater for a place called Cooper's Point, which is co-owned by the city and Pinellas County. It'll be taking a residential designation to preservation. County supports the request.
Okay. Wish of the board? Motion for Commissioner Eggers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 24.
Item 24 is a change order number 1 to the agreement with Suncoast Development of Pinellas for American Rescue Plan Sidewalk and Disability and Drainage Package Improvement number 2. So this actually implements the work of 5 Safe Routes to Schools projects, and again, paid for through the ARPA funds and penny for Pinellas.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Peters. Second from Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open up the voting. Okay, passes unanimously. Item number 25.
It's a local agency program agreement with Florida Department of Transportation. This is for construction and construction engineering inspection services for the Beckett Bridge project.
Okay. Wishes of the board? Motion from Commissioner Peters, second from Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 26.
This agreement with CDW for information technology solutions and services to purchase IT software, hardware, and related services to ongoing county support operations.
Okay.
Move approval.
Thank you. Motion from Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any further discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open up the voting.
Brian's very happy. He got to watch, set in on our meetings today.
All right. Passes unanimously. Item number 27.
This is a Lowman Community Redevelopment Area Residential Improvement Program changes. This creates a sliding scale to require a match from applicants. That breakdowns within your packet. It also has slightly changed the language for accessory buildings, lengthened timeframes, et cetera and stuff. The grant amount for up to $15,000 remains the same.
Move approval.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Peters. Is that, can be a second from Commissioner Flowers? Okay. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, the clerk could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Moving on to County Attorney.
Under item number 28, I'm asking for authority to file a lawsuit in the case reference. This will be a foreclosure action on a special magistrate lien arising out of a code enforcement case.
Okay.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers. Second by Commissioner Peters. Any questions? Okay, if we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 29.
Under 29, I'm recommending that the board approve staff's recommendation on the confidential memo that you all were able to read or that I was able to discuss with you.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Eggers. Second from Commissioner Latvala. Any questions? No? Okay, if the clerk can open the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Any reports, Madam Attorney?
No reports.
Okay, thank you. County Administrator reports.
Well, that was CDBG-DR, but I did want to mention something, Commissioners. Normally, we're, at our work sessions, we're usually out by about 1 o'clock typically, and sometimes you schedule other meetings based upon that time. You've requested a lot of items for our work sessions and a lot of things that you want ahead of the budget. So we're trying to schedule those. We may not be able to get done, so we may extend. So if you can try to rearrange schedules, tell me if you have a conflict, but I just don't want to put 5 things on and it stretches out to 3 o'clock and, you've already made other commitments just because we traditionally are out, by about that time. So I'm trying to get them scheduled, but budget's going to be here before we know it. And you've requested a lot of items before that. Yeah, we'll order lunch, okay? We'll order lunch,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
It'll be a working lunch. But when we've kind of met with you, as I looked at the things you wanted on before budget, we need to put several items on each one. So,
We'll take the time we need. It's important.
yeah, so I just, if you can work with your aides to kind of, reschedule other meetings and things like that. If you have a particular conflict on a particular date, just let me know, and I'll mention this on our one-on-ones, but we're gonna start booking these, so.
Okay, great.
And bringing people in, like the housing, we've got to follow back up on our strategic plan. We've got some pretty meaty topics.
Yep, okay. Look forward to it. Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, all right. All right, so now County Commission item 32. We have appointments and reappointments to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion, questions? No? Clerk can open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item 33. Okay, motion by Commissioner Peters,
Second.
second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? Clerk can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, County Commission new business. All right. Commissioner Scheer, you want to lead us off today?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give you a little update on where I've been and what I've been doing for the last 3 weeks. Early in February, I actually met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Croatia. They're interested in opening a new consulate in Florida, and Clearwater's on their short list, so that was a great meeting. I did my best to sell Pinellas County and reminded them that our governor's from Pinellas County, and so that went very well. I attended a Ford Pinellas meeting where we discussed the lack of cost sharing with Pasco County on some of the studies that we're doing and my hesitance to merge our MPOs. And I also attended a meeting on the 21st, which is the Tampa Bay Transportation Management Area Leadership Committee, which our vice chair is now the chair of. So I wanted to go learn more about the merger, so I spent time going there and learning about the idea. It was Doug's, my assistant's birthday last week, so I wanted to say, hey, happy birthday. Thanks for the reminder. I also, as we discussed several times, sometimes I get a little, I think that there's not enough coordination on all the public funding we do for housing, so I went and met with Nick Brickfield over at the Pinellas Housing Authority to discuss his programs and learn more about them, and I plan to visit more of our local housing authorities and housing agencies, see if we can't maybe coordinate our efforts a little more. I had a nice Zoom call on the 18th with the SPCA, Martha Boating, and talked to her about animal care services and facilities and potential joint ventures that we might be able to do with our animal control staff, and that went well. And I got to speak to Jill Silverberg, who I think I saw her here, and Jeremy Wong about our changes to our upcoming, we got changes coming to our policies for our utilities, and it's important to get those implemented. I also got to talk to them about my plans to install emergency containment systems around our wastewater treatment plants. And that was good. And I attended my first PSTA Finance Committee meeting. Also, after I spoke to Jill, I also got a chance to meet with St. Petersburg Mayor Ken Welch to discuss the treatment plants in St. Petersburg and my desire to build emergency containment systems around some of those plants as well. And so I think maybe there's an opportunity to work together countywide on that, which is why I ran for office in the first place. So I'm glad I'm finally starting to work on it. I also got a chance to tour the Johns Hopkins Hospital, and I attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club, which is merging with the Hillsborough County Boys and Girls Club, so we'll see how the merger goes. That's about it. It was a pretty busy few weeks, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve on many of our boards and committees. So there you go.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Scheer. Commissioner Lefkow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The JWB had a children's summit, I believe, on Valentine's Day. That was very successful. Thank you for those that attended. We had the BTS board meeting and selected Julie Marcus as our chair. I attended the Sims Crane and Equipment grand opening. On Saturday, the Pinellas County Youth Baseball opening day, I participated in that, and I also threw out the first pitch. It was a perfect strike, but thank you to my aide, Tyler, who did not videotape it. There's no evidence of that. And also, the other day, I joined our administrator at the Welcome Back Phillies dinner with the city of Clearwater. And I will keep my other baseball comments to myself, other than I am glad that spring training is back and baseball is right around the corner. And it looks like Chandler Simpson is going to be amazing for the Rays. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaVallo. Commissioner Peters.
I attended the Golf Consortium meeting. That was the first time I've attended. And I also did the easement webinar that was conducted for our residents. And we'll be hosting a media event to try and encourage our residents to sign those easements. I think after the storm, maybe some will reconsider. Some people that participated in the webinar made it clear that they will never consider signing. But we're going to do one more push to see if we can get them to sign, just in case we aren't successful with Army Corps. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wiggy.
Thank you, Chair. I toured the Emergency Services Center, so that was very insightful, and Kathy and her team does great work over there. Was also able to talk with Jim at the 911 Center. They do a bang-up job, and answering call, even text. I didn't even know you could text 911, so I thought that was pretty cool that you could.
Did you try it right there while you were there?
That someone else, one of the staff members, tried it right there, and it was cool to
cool, since
to see it come in, and I think like implementing more technology and AI that you've been talking about, Chair, would definitely be a good idea. So I think that's kind of a good technology. Had a good sit-down meeting with Habitat. They reached out to me and wanted to talk more about their programs. So I appreciate them sending me a corrected pro forma and a few other things. And they don't have they corrected me by saying they don't have a pre-negotiated price that I said in the contract, but it is conditioned on area median income. So I'm looking forward to getting more into that in our housing workshop. The Grand Prix this weekend in St. Pete, so that will be a fun time that I'm looking forward to. Also wanted to give a shout out to Jeremy Wall in Utilities. I was on a call with him and Jill Silverboard, and I got a question from a constituent live, and he was able to answer it very quickly and get an appointment set to go and help the constituent, so I appreciate that. I had a licensing board meeting, which we talked about increasing the application fee for daycare centers, and so they're going to do a study, and I'll bring that information back to make sure all the commissioners are up to date on those fees. Looking forward to the John Maroney dinner this weekend as well. And then I did want to, bring up briefly, about one little, fun item maybe to talk about classical architecture. With our new building that, will be being built, I know there was a executive order done by, our president that, for government buildings to have classical architecture. And the executive order, I think was very insightful, that the dignity that, government buildings deserve, and a timeless, classic sense would be, good to have for a long term by still being energy efficient. Because like for me, we get like some of these more modern buildings, but then go out of style. In a few years, we have like our courthouse, our historic courthouse that has standed the test of time because of classical architecture. So I don't know if there's a way of, I don't know about the conversations that have already happened with, the current building, new building, but if we can include maybe a classical architecture element, if the board is in favor of wanting to have that conversation, I'd love to learn more about it. And then also, I thought in regards to, hurricane preparedness, it came up yesterday, when I was, in the emergency services about gas stations, how they could either have a connection for a generator or a generator, but I don't know if we could create a local ordinance that would, dictate that they have a generator in place for gas stations, because right now it's not mandated for them to have a generator along evacuation routes, and I thought that was a big problem, after the hurricanes, is that we, couldn't get gas out to people. So I don't know if there's a way to look at an ordinance of, having gas stations be required to have generators along evacuation routes, so we can get gas to people when they need it, and try to maybe look at that before next hurricane season coming up. But yeah, that's all I got. So I appreciate the chair and the vice chair and the rest of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nowicki. Commissioner Flowers.
I had my area agency on aging, Pinellas Pasco meeting. It was held in Pasco this time. We received funds from the Older Americans Act, and unfortunately, we have more seniors in need than we have funding. So we have a huge waiting list. We are hopeful that once things shake out in the weeds in DC, that we will get word of our exact amount of funding, so we'll know how many individuals will be able to help. There is a request for assistance in the way of donations for incontinence items in order to allow a number of seniors or persons with medical concerns to have that sense of self-care, if you will. They are in need of those incontinent items. So if anyone would like to donate them or would like to donate funds to the Area Agency on Aging, please submit that to their building, to their facility. See me, rflowers@pinellas.gov, if you would like the exact address. We had someone retire from Career Source Hillsborough Pinellas, Steve Meyer, who was the executive director for the Pinellas side and then was co-director for the merger. He has retired, so we wish him well in his next set of endeavors. So far, I haven't gotten any reports of things going awry. I'm not sure if my colleague, Commissioner Latvala, has, so I guess they're doing okay over there. But we'll have a meeting coming up shortly for the consortium that Commissioner Latvala and I both serve on. And that's it for me for today, short.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, thanks for passing along your time. Kidding. So I dropped off my historic preservation appointment. I wanted to thank Tina Bukuvalas from Tarpon Springs, who served in that position for a number of years, but she is moving out of the country. So in any event, I'm putting up Joey Vars for the appointment to the Historic Preservation, and my appointment to the Historic Preservation. So that's my motion, if we could get a second.
Okay, so a motion from Commissioner Eggers, second from Commissioner Peters, I believe. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passed unanimously. And I also want to thank Tina Bukovalis for all of her great efforts and the time that she served on historic preservation.
She loved it, so. Just a few things. I attended the USF State of the Region meeting last week, I believe. There's a really good couple of printouts that I'll have in my office if anybody wants to take a look at it. It really talks about, there's about 65 indicators, 19 peer groups that were looked at, and they do this every year, and they kind of compare not only to a national average and to the peer group, but also how you improve from year to year. And they talk about, the general economic vitality of the area, infrastructure, talent level here, education, Florida talent, also in innovation, civic quality. So there's a lot of different attributes that they looked at, and really good stuff. I mean, I think that what I enjoy most is seeing the change from year to year. You can argue about the group that they picked or the average all you want, but at least they're trying to stay consistent. A good report, and I'll have that in my office if anybody wants to take a look at it. The Whispering Souls Memorial Dedication and Historic Marker was a week ago, right?
No, a week ago Saturday.
Yeah, a week ago Saturday, boy, it flies. The chairman did a great job leading the event. Jacqueline Hayes, who really was the work behind it, along with Lou Claudio. They just did a great job bringing a community together over the years. They went through the stages that they had to go through to make it happen. It was a really proud day on Saturday, and Jacqueline, whose parents were buried there as well, was very emotional, but very appreciative of the community. Very appreciative of the fact that she says that it was, white people, black people, brown people, all people that came together to make this happen. So it wasn't really any kind of segregated effort. It was a community of Safety Harbor in the surrounding area that felt the importance of bringing dignity to people that were buried there some years ago, whose markers may never still be discovered. But it's a really great day, and I really appreciate our communications department for being there. They did a great job elevating it and preserving it for folks in the future to take a look at. So just wanted to pass that along. Again, great job, Mr. Chair. Also wanted to say thanks to Commissioner Peters again for that appointment for the vice chairman to be on the TDC. I think it's a great idea. I've really enjoyed being there. And it'll, like you said, make your job easier this year. Yep. And next year as well. I'm going to jump down to the Tampa Bay water meeting. We talked about our new water supply expansion surface water plant coming soon. The work is, the budget's coming soon. Reservoir sitting at 15 billion gallons, so we're flush with water right now, even though we haven't had a lot of rain. We had an audit, a clean audit, no findings. I also want to thank Commissioner Peters for suggesting partnering assets between government agencies during emergency. She brought that up at the meeting, and I think it got a lot of groundswell of support. Hillsborough County, we got some far-reaching areas in this big organization, and being able to partner with other agencies kind of reduces the amount of capital or dollars from our taxpayers. So anyway, thank you for that, Commissioner Peters. And I also wanted to thank or congratulate Jennifer Renner for being named the Permanent Animal Services Director. You know, it's a tough job in this community, whether you're dealing with residents, whether you're dealing with our pet stores, whether you're dealing with whatever you're dealing with. It is just a big task ahead. She's got a great team there, and she is someone who listens. She is someone who is professional in her job. So I look forward to her leadership there. Talking about our workshop last week and the folks that were here this morning, or earlier this afternoon, I'm sure we can bring a community together. After all, hopefully we're all on the same page of what we're trying to accomplish. So wanted to thank Commissioner Scheer, as he mentioned earlier, for coming to the TMA meeting. And whenever you have issues and questions about things, it's always refreshing to hear them. So and I really appreciated your being there and at least listening through. You sat at the table with us and listened to the different issues that we're talking about, growth projections in the area. Had some update on the Courtney Campbell project. There's some ferry market research results that we're doing. So we touched on a lot of issues that we're talking about, including an update on the regional merger planning and work that's going on there. So Palm Harbor Little League opening day, I did get to throw out the first pitch. Unlike Commissioner Latvala, mine skipped in the dirt, but because the catcher was so good, he caught it, and it didn't look so bad. So I was, I don't know, could be. But anyway, he saved me from looking bad. I also went to the Toronto Blue Jays opening day. Really wonderful, wonderful day. And just so you know, just so folks that are out there know, that the Canadian National Anthem and the American National Anthem were both played. And I didn't hear one boo in the audience from either one of them. So it was good to see, good to be doing what's right. The politics and those kinds of things don't need to mix, in my opinion. But anyway, so let's see, what else? I think that's about it. You mentioned the Mamroni event. That's a really important event. There's still tickets available, so folks that are late, you're thinking about it at this late date, please come. You're really recognizing a lot of first responders and the work that they do, but also CASA is the organization that's going to be the recipient of the monies that are generated from the event. So it's kind of a nice win-win, a nice win-win situation. Barry, the last thing I wanted to just bring up is I think it was Friday, you brought up you sent a letter out to all of us about referencing a lobbying ordinance and talking about construction at risk contract that may be on the streets and architectural documents that may be on the streets, and to be careful about meeting with organizations that might be bidding on those items. Correct. So, and you can comment on that in a second, but the question I was asking, the construction contract itself is not on the streets, correct?
No.
And that won't be for some time?
Oh, yeah, after the design.
I just want to, what's that?
After design.
Yeah, the design. But there's two things that are on the street, separate from because there's some construction companies that have reached out about just wanting to introduce themselves and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that we're separating construction management from the actual construction.
That's
company.
correct. You're going to have a contract for a architect for the design, and then we're going to bring on a CMR at risk, so construction management, that's going to manage the process, and then later, there'll be bid packages.
Okay, so the construction company itself is not at risk. And if they come to you and they start talking about the other thing, we'll just stop the meeting and say, that's not what we're going to talk about.
The big thing is to hook them up. We want everybody to bid, right? And so is to make sure they're part of our process.
We're just trying to balance between.
So to that extent.
Making sure that we watch our lobbying.
What did you want to add?
ordinance, so.
Hello, Blaine Williams, Assistant County Administrator. The entity that is being solicited in the current solicitation for the construction manager at risk will be the same firm that provides the bids for the construction contract. So
we're going to oversee everything, but the packages will be bid separately.
they will, for the subcontractors, but if a national contractor or local contractor is wanting to talk to you about the current solicitation, They will be overseeing not only the pre-construction services in the near term, but also the long-term construction contract.
So a CMR at risk, let's explain this. So this is not a traditional design, build, bid, thing. CMR at risk means that we're going to select the firm, which is what we're out on the street for right now. It'll go out and as they get further along in the design, they're going to develop bid packages. And those bid packages, then they're going to oversee actually bidding those packages out. All right? And then
When you say bidding them out, what do you mean?
they'll
Bidding
go
management
under
process? Putting them on the
competitive
market?
bid for people to bid to provide those types of services. They're going to then manage all those subcontracts. So we'll do an assignment back to the CMR at risk, and then they'll be responsible for bringing that project in on budget. So that's the reason they're at risk. So when you're about 80% of design, they got to give you a guaranteed maximum price, and then they're responsible for that project.
Well, so they are the construction.
Well, they are and they're not, because they're going to have all the subs. So they're going to manage this project, and they're going to manage all the subs, because otherwise, then you get people pointing fingers and who did what. And,
Well, yeah, and typically the contractor manages their subs, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand the subtle, but
No, it is. I'm glad Blaine spoke up, because you're exactly right. But you're not going to see here's the
General
design
contractor.
firm to build it. Those are going to be subcontracts that'll be bid out later after design. So the CMR at risk is going to be the construction overseer of the project.
which, I mean, and it's really in a normal sense, it's just really the contractor.
Correct.
That's pulling together the subs. I'm just trying to make sure, so that when these folks that are calling, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. It sounds to me like if they're interested in any part of these jobs, then they need to be careful about.
Yeah, this will be the big firm. There'll be lots of opportunities for bid packages.
I understand. That might include some of these folks, so.
I hope
Yeah,
it would
yeah,
include
yeah, okay.
a lot of those folks. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's crystal clear. But anyway, I'll be back in touch
The
with you.
CMR is the big, it's an important piece of this.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, we have a question. Just one quick question, kind of piggyback offing that. So the design no design has been finalized.
Correct.
Okay. So
They're actually going to be here on March the 20th at your work session, and we're going to be talking about the new campus.
okay, perfect.
Yeah, they're doing final interviews for that this Friday.
it's
And then that'll be
generating-
submitted to you for approval.
They'll be generating ideas, or they'll be,
The design firm will. We don't have them on board yet.
no, I understand, but eventually they'll be bringing forth
They
different
will be
ideas.
bringing
Okay,
whatever
Okay.
Commissioner Nowicki said.
yeah. Well, no, I think it's
for
kind
the
of
buildings.
a neat idea, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are the types of things where we're going to get into when we actually have the design firm on, so they can hear from you directly on what
Okay.
you're looking for, and as we think. What we're going to cover, and you've seen them before, kind of the box diagrams and where they're at with our consultant with I don't want to say CDBGR, CBRE, and so they're going to be in talking about that. We'll have a contract shortly after that. That will be submitted to you for approval for the design firm, but then out on the street right now is the construction manager at risk. Those are the two key elements for the new campus.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we're out on the street for bids to be the construction manager.
Yes.
Okay. And is it going to be required that they're licensed contractors?
Well,
a lot of big, large real estate firms like to put themselves out there as
See, this will be a construction
managers.
manager at risk. I'll have to check on the licensing issues. I don't want to answer because I don't know.
Okay, just want to make sure they were.
Well, they got to be licensed. I mean, whoever's doing the work has to be licensed, but we'll make sure.
All right.
Obviously. But we have, so you'll see, the first one you'll see is the design firm. The second one, which will be later, will be the construction manager at risk. And that's out on the street right now.
All right, are you done, Commissioners? Okay. All right, well, first of all, I would like to thank Deputies Manley and Butterfield for keeping us safe today. Thanks, guys, appreciate it very much. Since our last meeting, we had a TDC meeting where we ranked and reviewed the capital projects, and approve them, which will come before us, I think, at our next meeting. And I want to, hats off to Brian Loack and his team for coming up with a scoring methodology that was very solid and I thought very good and produced some great results, rather than just sort of an effort where everybody just lobbied for money back and forth. In previous processes, this was a scoring matrix that, we can talk about, whether we need to tweak areas in the scoring matrix, but we had a matrix and it was scored, and it was just done on a very, very positive way. So I just appreciate and hats off to his team for doing that. I spoke at the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber Tourism Allies meeting, and former Commissioner Justice was there. I think it was maybe his third or fourth day on the job, but that was a good meeting. Also attended the St. Pete Economic Development Annual Meeting along with Barry. That was very interesting. First time I had attended that event. As Commissioner Eggers mentioned, the Whispering Souls African American Cemetery dedication was a week ago Saturday, and we all go to a lot of ribbon cuttings and dedications and things like that, but this one was really special. It just really bridged the community from past to present to future, and thank you to Lou Claudio and Jacqueline Hayes for all of the incredible work that they did in putting that together. And it was so interesting to hear Jacqueline just talk about her family history and how she was living up in Boston, but she had family down here, back in the 20s and 30s and 40s, where life for African Americans was way, way different than it is today. So just sort of hearing that perspective, and then her coming down here and all of her family, kind of dies off, and thinking, well, I'm going to go back because I don't have any roots here, any reason to stay here. And then she finds out that she's got relatives in this cemetery she never knew. And so just hearing that story was just so, it was just so touching.
She actually even spoke well of Matt Spohr, former city manager of Safety Harbor, and all the work that they had done.
We still haven't figured out why, but just kidding.
That was great. I mean, they were very complimentary
Yeah.
on Safety Harbor and all the stuff that they did. So.
Yeah, the history of that property was owned by the McMullins way back in the day, and it just and there's some, I forgot how many of the ground penetrating radar out there and identified. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, like 87 potential grave sites, but they know that over 100 were buried there. So there's more out there that they may have houses on top of them for all we know at this point, but now it's permanently memorialized, and this was the 13th Florida Historical Marker funded by Pinellas County Historic Preservation Board. And I want to thank Tom Schofield for all of his hard work on that and moving that along and getting that done. And communications, to Commissioner Eggers' point, did a great job of pulling that off. It was just such a well-done event. So just thank you to all staff that was involved in that. Presented a Hurricane Challenge coin to Pinellas Park City Manager Bart DeBold. Following Hurricane Helene, South Pasadena and Madeira Beach needed step-down sites for debris management, and Pinellas Park stepped in and helped them out. And they didn't look at jurisdictional boundary lines, they just looked at fellow communities as Pinellas County residents, and they just did what needed to be done to help out. So thanks to them for being great neighbors. Spent a day in North County touring the facilities and listening to folks from Palm Harbor, Parks and Rec. Saw firsthand the damage that their facility suffered, and spent both time at Palm Harbor and East Lake libraries, and just it's been a while since I've just spent a day up there, and so it was just nice to do that and get refamiliarized with the staff up there and see what projects they've got going on, and they've got a lot of really great things going on. Attended Philly's opening spring training day with Commissioner Latvala, and had an opportunity to go on the field with Mayor Rector as he threw the opening pitch, and a lot of other City Clearwater council members. So that was a lot of fun. This morning, I had the opportunity to visit the Lant Manon Unibake in St. Pete with members of St. Pete Economic Development. Didn't know that they were down there, but it's a bakery. It mass produces bread in South St. Pete. and we walk, as soon as you pull up into the parking lot, you get out, you're like, oh, wow, smells amazing, right? I imagine if you work there, you just get immune to it, but it just smells amazing. All you needed was just a hot cup of coffee as you walk around there. And we got a tour of the whole facility to see how the bread was made, and we just, grabbed some bread coming straight out of the oven and took a bite of it. It was really, really good. And really interesting to see what they do and how they do it. And they employ 206 people. And they're looking, they need to expand, and they're looking for a 5 to 10 acre site somewhere in the county. And our economic development team is working with them to try to figure out how to accommodate that. And with the expansion they want to do, it'll add another 100 employees. So it's a global company. Their headquarters are in Sweden. So it's just appreciate the folks down there giving me a tour this morning. I actually did not know that, but they did, some of the bread we grabbed off the oven, the belt coming out of the oven, was what goes to Bonefish Grill. So you get that ciabatta bread with the slices on the top of it, and they give you the olive oil and all that. I mean, they didn't have any olive oil there for us today. It would have been nice if they did, but they produce bread for Walt Disney World, Hilton, I mean, a lot of the big chains. So, yeah, just really interesting to see that. And great to see a company that's wanting to expand in Pinellas. It's just awesome. And then right before the meeting today, I was back with communications and filled some videos for the that'll go on the website for the CBD. I always get that messed up, but the grant program that we're talking about. So, and then tomorrow morning we have the Big C meeting, and I'll be at that. And then this Saturday we have the Maroney dinner. So all good stuff. And also, late last week, I have it somewhere, I sent out a resolution for us to consider that would allow us to use our office budgets for buying tickets and tables up to $1,000 limit for community events, with certain exceptions that they're not politically motivated and things like that. So for us to talk about and consider if this is something that we would like to do. This is in order for the clerk, for Ken Burke to pay that, then he needs a resolution to be able to tie that back to. So that would be the purpose of this, if we would like to consider entertain that. Commissioner Flowers.
I support it, and this is what I was talking about when I was saying, when we were going through our standard operating procedures and we were looking at the changes, and this is what I was talking about, because he had expressly told me we couldn't use it for those purposes. So I certainly support it, and I agree. It should not be for political purposes, but those nonprofit entities, many of whom get funding from us, from the county. So I support it. But anyway, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually don't have a problem with this at all. I mean, our office budgets is, as long as it's an allowable use, by state law, which it is, then I don't have any problem with it. I mean, you use your office budgets however you really want to use your office budgets, as long as we have a resolution and a policy that supports that use. Up to well,
$1,000
per event. Correct. Right. So whether if you wanted to buy a table or just individual tickets, or right, but up to $1,000 limit per event. Right.
And if we all, how do you communicate with everybody if they want to join in, say $100 a piece or $150 a piece, or how do we communicate on that matter? Like if there's a $1,000 event that we want to do, and I reach.
Let me just kind of backtrack a little bit. The resolution which the chair has explained, we put this together when taking a look through the office manual. I don't know exactly what name we put on it last year. I worked a lot with Commissioner Peters' aide, in our current chair's aide as well. And taking a look at this and working with my attorney that works with the clerk, what we wanted to bring forward were legislative findings, which this is all in here for the board as a collegial body to make the legislative findings as to the public purpose behind the expenditures. That'll be the vote that you take. Right. Once you have the money budgeted in your accounts, those are expenditures that I assume that you guys regularly, just make. It doesn't come back to a vote here. So if you're not voting on something, you can talk about it with one another. If you're voting on it, you cannot. So, and I assume those are expenditures that you all make readily from your own accounts. I know in my office, when we need office supplies, my office manager buys them, we don't, you know.
Tables out of my pocket.
Vote on this stuff.
Right, I have to, yeah.
Yeah, when it's not something that
Yeah.
the chair approves. What I do, Commissioner Eckers, is I have Darlena reach out to the chair's office, whoever the chair is, to say, are we purchasing a table? I have Darlena reach out to the chair's office, whoever the chair may be, to say, are we purchasing an event for this? Are we purchasing a table for this event? If the answer is yes, then I say, I would like to attend and sit with the commissioners. If the answer is no, then I go ahead. But I've been purchasing because it wasn't clarity at the time, so I just been paying for the tables out of my personal pocket.
And you all will have voted on the overall budget to assign the money, and for this year, you already have. So again, I don't really see I don't see a sunshine issue in there because it's not, the expenditure of those funds, once you adopt a resolution, if you do, and once you voted on the budget, which you already have for this year, the sunshine issue really has been eliminated. So for just the day-to-day routine, like, are you going to go? Are you going to get a ticket? Do you want to sit at the same table? There's nothing wrong with that.
I was thinking about trying to, raise a lot of money from Latvala's budget to for some special event. And just being able to ask everybody around the table if they'd like to contribute $150 out of there to buy a $1,500 table or something.
Just drain his account.
Yeah, just drain his, okay. All right.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Will this keep this, that law enforcement, trust fund thing?
Yeah, that's separate.
Okay, so that is separate. Right. So when we all want to invade District 4, go into events and stuff like that, we can all team up and.
Yep, you can.
All right.
We can, absolutely.
It's good. I like it.
So this is something we would have to vote on. So,
Yes, correct.
okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers. We have a second from Commissioner Eggers. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Unless there's anything else for the, yes.
Forgive me, I forgot. I had a Feather Sound appointment to the Community Service District. The young lady that I had appointed when I first came on board wanted to roll off, and so I wanted to appoint Mr. Avera Wynn. He used to work for Pinellas County. He had been on the board before, appointed by Commissioner Justice, so I would like to reappoint him at this time. And he came with a blessing from her and the others at Feather Sound.
All right, motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Eggers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Well, now, unless there's anything else to the good of the order, then we are adjourned until 6 p.m., where we're going to have a short conversation on short-term rentals.
And Commissioners, we do have food in the lunchroom.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, welcome, everybody. We're going to convene with our public hearing for February 25th, 2025. The next item we have on the agenda is item number 35.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 35 is case number LDR 2404. This is the first of two public hearings to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for the amendment of the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning, related to definitions, a certificate use of program, standards, and inspections for consistency with the Florida Building Code and Florida Prevention Code for short-term rentals. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 1 email in support, 2 emails of concern, 289 emails in opposition, and 11 voicemails in opposition have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, before we get into public comment or staff presentations, I wanted to say a few comments first to try to frame our discussion and set some expectations of what's going to happen tonight. So this is, as the clerk mentioned, this is the first of two public hearings. We're not voting on any final version of anything tonight. This is a public hearing designed to get public input. Now, we may, as a board, decide to vote on some changes. There isn't anything that is set in stone here tonight. This is our opportunity to get input from the public, to have discussion amongst ourselves, to look at what's been proposed, decide what we like, what we don't like, and if we decide that we want to make changes, then we may vote on making some changes, but the final vote will take place in 2 weeks. It's not going to take place tonight. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I think that there is a lot of misunderstanding in the general public about what latitude that we have and what latitude that we don't have as a Board of County Commissioners in regulating short-term rentals. Here in another minute, our County Attorney, Jewel, is going to go over some of those state preemptions that we have. But my goal has always been to make this situation better for our residents. Since I've been elected, this is the #1 concern that I get from constituents. This is the #1 touch point that I get from my constituents is, what are you going to do about the short-term rental that is destroying the sense of community in my neighborhood? I live 2 doors down from one that has been a frat party after frat party after frat party, weekend after weekend after weekend. Right now, it's out of commission because it got flooded during the hurricanes, but it's being repaired and it's going to be back online here very, very shortly. So this is something that, as I said, is very near and dear to me. And my goal has always been to make life better for our residents. This was my decision package in this year's budget to increase enforcement in short-term rentals, because I recognize that this is a very significant challenge and a problem for our residents. I believe the challenge with a lot of these opposition emails that we have received is the general public doesn't understand the how and the why of how we got here. And I'm hoping that tonight, that we're going to be able to answer a lot of those questions. So with that said, Madam Attorney, I'll turn it over to you, and you can go over some of the bandwidth that we have and don't have in this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you stated, there are quite a few limitations on what local governments can do, given the preemption statutory scheme work that the state of Florida has established. Back in 2011, they first preempted local governments from doing any kind of regulation in regard to short-term rentals. They changed that law somewhat in 2014. That is the current version of the statute that we must abide by at this point. And what is contained in there is a state preemption. So local governments, such as the county, or any of the municipalities located here within Pinellas County or throughout the state of Florida, may not prohibit vacation rentals. So we cannot prohibit these. We are precluded by state law from prohibiting these. We cannot change state law. Only your state representatives and legislators can do that. The other limitation that local governments have, we may not limit the duration or frequency of such rentals. So when you see, for instance, in condominium documents, you can only rent this unit for no less than 30 days and no more than 3 times a year. We cannot do that. We cannot impose that kind of a limitation. The state has taken away our ability to do that. That was an outright prohibition that was created Again, like I said originally back in 2011, it has been modified just a little bit over the last, decade plus. But the current state of the law is that we cannot prohibit these rentals. This issue has been very hotly contested around the state of Florida. Many of the same issues that I know the residents have here, they are throughout the state of Florida. There has been quite a bit of litigation throughout the state. Unfortunately, there is not yet much case law on the statute in question. Although one example that we do have is out of, I believe, Flagler County, where a court there did determine that occupancy could be regulated. So that's where we're really more focused, in addition to just some other nuisance-type factors. I will also mention the state of Florida has also passed statutes that state that if we, at the county level or any local government, if we adopt statutes that run afoul of preemptions or are otherwise unconstitutional, if we are sued, we are absolutely on the hook for attorney's fees for anybody that can successfully challenge an ordinance that runs afoul of a state preemption. So those are some of the concerns out there. Again, there has been quite a bit of litigation. Much of it remains pending. You all may be familiar, the commissioners I know, with some of the local lawsuits that are pending out there. There's been a lawsuit filed against one of the fire districts, and there is currently a claim pending against one of our beach communities in excess of $2 million based on an ordinance that's been passed. So it's something that we're definitely keeping our eye on and trying to make the best possible sure that we do not run afoul of the state preemption. The other thing that I really want to emphasize is that this ordinance applies only in unincorporated Pinellas County. So it does not apply within the municipal limits of any of the cities here in the county.
Thank you, Joel. I would also like to mention on our website, there is contacts for our state legislative delegation. So anybody in the general public who would like to contact your state legislators and explain to them the issues that you're having with short-term rentals and the desire for local governments to have some more control over their destiny in this, please visit pinellas.gov/legislative-delegation/. And with that, we will go to public comment. The first speaker we have tonight is Gary Signorelli. And after Gary, we're going to have Gerard Blott, and I apologize if I didn't get that correct. Okay, good evening. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, dear commissioners. You may remember that on August 15th of 2023, Mr. Hedger and I spoke in front of you regarding certain violations at our neighborhood short-term rental. You were advised of all the problems we'd been encountering, and we expressed our displeasure at the realization of the terrible situations the occupants had brought to our quiet subdivision. Now we have two. At that time, Chair, Ms. Janet Long, stated, your hands were tied, our hands are tied, and that we as residents needed to take it to the state level. Senate Bill 280 was already at the state level. Since then, Governor DeSantis vetoed that bill on June 27th of 24. So now, you commissioners have a new proposal before you that gives short-term rentals more lenient rules to follow. For purposes of keeping it short tonight, I will only talk about two of the horrible rules that the local planning agency accepted for presentation to the commission. First, I can't believe children 12 and under would not be counted in the number of occupants. That's just ludicrous and absurd. It's insanity. You have children's, maybe have full baseball teams, soccer teams, staying in the house if they're under 12 years old, along with 10 to 12 parents in a 3, 4, or 5 bedroom home in the county. Why would that make any sense? I ask you, why? More people, more noise, more cars. Secondly, the quiet hours are proposed to change from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Seems this change is supposed to provide uniformity that'll help deputies make better decisions in place of the code enforcement folks. I've heard it's confusing for them to differentiate between short-term rentals and regular homes. Think of the neighborhood children who need a good night's sleep before school the next day, or someone who has to go to work before dawn, yet they can't get a good night's sleep because the vacationers only think of themselves. They're there to enjoy their time away from their own homes. I suggest a change to include all homes to have quiet hours, 10 p.m. until 9 a.m. That way there can be no confusion. Most young children in our subdivision have a 9 p.m. bedtime curfew. Consider the children when making your decision, please. I have a feeling every one of you commissioners don't live next door, except for what we heard just recently, or even close to a short-term rental. You've all heard the horror stories. Your voters have expressed their concerns much louder than ever before. Consider the voters who deserve better living conditions. The voters are the reason you're...
Thank you, sir.
10 more seconds.
Your time's up. We have a lot of comment to get to.
Your hands are no longer tied.
Okay, Gerard Blott, which will be followed by Kay. So Gerard Blott, followed by Kay Lavalis, I think. Is Gerard here? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Kay Lavalis? Okay. And I apologize if I did not get your last name correct. That will be followed by Linda Dutisi.
"25 years ago, my deceased husband and I moved from the craziness of San Francisco into one of the most normal, lovely neighborhoods off of 102nd. Pardon my voice, I'm having a little problem. I've met with neighbors, and we are all so disturbed by the fact that these large organizations have found a way around us to disrupt our once beautiful, pleasant neighborhood, and we feel so helpless to do anything. I've heard tonight about the laws and all the things that we can't do. Please guide us on the things that we can do. We want to stay in that neighborhood for the rest of our years, and we don't want to disrupt it. And I don't even have to tell you the stories, because if you live two doors down, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anything you can do to help us would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Linda Dutici, followed by Hillary Simpson. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Linda Dentisi, and I reside in Seminole and unincorporated Pinellas. We lived there for 26 years. We have personally been affected by the STRs in our own home and outdoor area, as there has been very loud music, rowdy drunks, singing, talking, yelling, partying, kids screaming over one another, swearing, smell of marijuana, lasting for several hours. Sounds echo and carry far outside. We can even hear these sounds while inside of our home with the TV on or laying in bed at night. Several times we've had to get out, go outside, get the renters' attention over the loud music by shining a flashlight at night or yelling over to them to ask them to keep it down. So we should not have to do this. This makes it very difficult to sleep, as it causes an extreme amount of stress, anxiety, raises blood pressure, causes resentment, frustration, PTSD, just waiting for the next time it happens. I have several health issues, and this has been very difficult and hard on my health. Excuse me. We've had nowhere to retreat to on our own property and no one to help us fix these problems. We have at least 11 on our streets. These aren't just vacation rentals, they're bars, hotels, banquet halls, venues, the beach, liquor stores, spas, fun centers, all rolled into our backyards. The owners have at least 6 games right behind our house. And fire pit pool games, they're basically a swinging door worse than a hotel. Because in hotels, they usually leave and go to bars and party. But in these homes, they just party all night there and disturb all the neighbors. The U.S. Census average household in Pinellas County from 2019 to 2023 was 2.22 people per household. Allowing 10 people is 4.5 times the average family size. So we're already pushing the envelope. We ask you, please keep the maximum amount to 10 total people, which would include all children of all ages, as we are already pushing the envelope. We can't buy a decibel reader because it won't hold up. Some people are spending money to build large structures to block out the obnoxious noise. Some consider buying new windows, and all this costs thousands of dollars, which we should not have to do in our neighborhoods. The current rules are being broken as many STRs advertise for 10 people and even as much as 20. No one is governing these rentals. They are not being fined, and there's nowhere for us homeowners to get immediate help. So I ask you, please, if you can't make stricter rules, please at least keep them as they are, but with accountability. I wouldn't think any of you would want to live in your private homes like this, and we don't either. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Hillary Simpson, followed by Ken Sorgan.
So the county attorney has explained what we cannot do. We can't prohibit these short-term rentals. We can't dictate frequency or duration. But the state of Florida, the DBPR, does say that we can have local authority to enact ordinances as it pertains to occupancy maximums, location. So my question to you then is, why are we getting rid of the occupancy maximum? Why are we no longer having a limit of 10 when every other beach community in the state of Florida retains maximum occupancy of 10 or 12 patrons, to include children of all ages? Why are we getting rid of that limit so that we can allow unlimited people in these homes next door and create unenforceability, because there's no way to ensure that a child is 12 or under? They do not carry identification. Regardless of that, code enforcement hours code enforcement is not enforcing these things as they are not working during these hours. The new code stipulates that occupancy is only enforceable between the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., thereby allowing as many people as possible during daytime hours. That gives patrons, residents next door, 8 hours of potential protection to enjoy their homes. You are also stipulating that quiet hours is removed. The rationale behind this I do not understand, but the county residents, as it pertains to noise, is related to decibel meters. I ask you, how many police officers have ever responded to a noise complaint with a decibel meter? I can tell you that I have requested personally that they do that, and no one has ever come, and I'm told that's because there are 2 decimal readers in Pinellas County that are located at the administrative building on Ulmerton. That takes 40 minutes for an officer to get to the administrative building, get a decibel meter, and return to my home. Code enforcement has these decibel meters, but again, they are not going to be working during the hours of quiet time and enforceability from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So while calling a hotline that's available 24/7 to open a case against these homes does not allow enforceability, because there's no violation that's going to occur if no one is there to witness the noise with a decibel meter, if no one is there to count occupants. How are we going to enforce these things? Police power also says that local municipalities have the right to enact ordinances that are protective to the public in terms of safety and public welfare and health. we have the resources to keep the codes the way they are.
Thank you. Ken Sorgan, followed by Dan Autry III. Ken Gergen, sorry about that. Thank you for being here.
I read this in less than 3 minutes. I'm going to try to do it again tonight. So, to the commissioners, thank you. Many of the fellow Pinellas County residents are very upset and annoyed about their single-family resident neighborhoods being invaded, degraded, and ruined by short-term rentals. These are from friends, neighbors, et cetera, complaining for many, many months. I've lived in Pinellas County since 1976, and my wife of 45 years been here since 69. We're in the same house for 38 years. Used to be a nice neighborhood, retirees, engineers, doctors. It's now a party city. Since the invasion of the short-term rentals, our lives have been disrupted in many ways. Within a 7-minute walk, there are 8 short-term rentals and 1 single-family resident converted to a duplex, which we've complained about. Nothing's been done about it. So far in our neighborhood, there have been many loud drunken parties. The air smells of marijuana from the parties. There was a minor accident, and one of the short-term renters and a neighbor came out with a gun, so we had a gunfight. Okay? That was not fun. Sheriff was called, and we called. They said, just keep calling. Well, they have better things to do than talk about, who's smoking pot and making noise. Last night, there was a 3/4-ton truck and a 20-foot construction trailer with ladders blocking the street and blocking 2 mailboxes. They didn't even pull in the driveway. Our neighbors, like many others, used to be fairly quiet. Neighborhood used to be fairly quiet, and people respected other properties and tranquility. We could trust our neighbors. Now we don't. We don't even know who they are. Again, gunfight, drunk, smoking dope, fighting, fistfights, not fun. Owning a home in the U.S. is part of the American dream. It's where we build lives and communities. Allowing short-term rentals in residential areas are shattering that dream by turning quiet neighborhoods into areas of transient hotels. We can no longer trust the neighbors. Short-term rentals decrease the ability of affordable housing, increase the traffic load, impact the potable water supply and sewage treatment systems. Potential homeowners do not want to live in that area and disruptive environment. We have the steady stream of drunks and other questionable characters. By the way, Airbnbs are businesses, in case you didn't know, everybody. They're all businesses. They're registered. They're nationwide. They advertise on TV, and you can buy stock. We have zoning regulations. I'm not going to read it word for word, okay? Single-family zoning does not allow business. Every one of those Airbnbs are businesses in residential neighborhoods, so we're in violation of our own codes, right? We all know that. I would ask you to read sections 138.264 through 138.310 and look specifically at the related table 138.355, which specifically states single family, you cannot, or you can have what? And you cannot have a business of any type other than a home office. Again, violation of our own ordinances. This is where I think the commission has the ability to take care of it.
Thank you. Dan Autry III, followed by Scott Kravitz.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. I'm going to be redundant to what you're going to be hearing a lot tonight, but the STR businesses, for those especially that have in your neighborhood, you know they are a nuisance and they are a problem. My concern looking at this is obviously the occupancy and the quiet time changes. Most of the Pinellas County neighborhoods were, 20 feet from each other are our homes. We have very high density. So we're not even talking noise. We're talking 4 people, and I have one next to me, and we have 6 in our neighborhood in 1 year. And the one next to me, bocce court, putt-putt court, hot tub, pool, fire pit, bar, and dining room table. So if there's 4 people out there, it's noisy. And in the last 8 months, I've gone outside as late as 4 in the morning to ask for quiet. I've been there 23 years, great neighborhood, crossing the nose Seminole County. And so the idea of reducing the quiet time is insane. The occupancy levels, We have two catty corner. Our streets are blocked. There's 6 to 7 cars each place. The one on my street advertises 14 people. And I've talked to code enforcement, and I don't blame them. They're understaffed, and they don't have the resources to do this, and they don't have the hours as stated before. But I implore you, and I think since we still live in a democracy, you know as well as I do, if you put this on a ballot in any neighborhood with the STR businesses, and they are businesses because you can rent for one night, that's a business. And if you put it on a ballot, it would be smashed. And I think we still live in a democracy, republic, but, so I implore you, do what's right and protect our communities and protect our citizens. And if you do need some videos of kids and adults jumping off the roof into the pool, people pissing on the fences, teenagers from Tampa partying with beer and liquor, and the owner did take care of that. And I got a pretty decent owner, but it's still a problem. I have his phone number. And I shouldn't have to call him. I've lived in that, like I said, 23 years. These are a problem, and it's the same, you're hearing the same thing. And I know it's not redundant, but if anybody walks out here not thinking this is an issue for the citizens of this community and this state, you're missing the boat. And I'm not going to beg, but I do ask you to keep it, the occupancy levels. And I didn't even really think about the baseball team, but that's a legitimate concern because we'll have 6, 7, 8 kids. So anyway, thank you very much, and I appreciate you hearing me.
Thanks, Dan. Scott Kravitz, followed by Charles Stone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Kravitz, and I am a resident of unincorporated Seminole. I am here to oppose any relaxing of short-term rental rules, especially any expansion of the limit of 10 individuals in a short-term rental, no matter what their age is. 2 years ago, the family home across the street became a nightmare Airbnb across the street. Now there's a second one, but I want to talk about the first one. The owner of the property was marketing it to be rented to groups of 20 or more. It swapped out the dining room for an unpermitted bedroom, which gave it even less common area. We have found that even the larger the group, the more problems the families in the neighborhoods have to deal with. What problems have I witnessed in my own front yard? Overflowing trash from the trash cans because the home is over-occupied. It has attracted middle-of-the-day raccoons and rodents. Neighborhood is overrun with cars to the point that I can't have guests over to my own home because the 2 STRs have taken over all the available street parking. They'll block people into their driveways, block mailboxes, park on lawns, and leave cars there during the day so they can go to the beach, but then garbage and delivery trucks can't get past them. I've seen multiple people urinating in the front yard, drunk STR guests trying to open the door into my home and ringing the doorbell incessantly in the middle of the night because they don't know where they're supposed to lay their head because there's no commercial signage. Dangerous driving, obscene language, and rude people who have no regard for our neighborhood. We've seen bachelor parties, a live band, massive family reunions, gender reveal parties, large construction crews with commercial vehicles, spring breakers, and a 60-guest wedding with 29 cars, all to one 25-square-foot home with a pool in the backyard. Residential homes were not built to be high-use commercial properties. They don't have the parking, trash, common areas, or security that commercial properties have. The lack of these necessities are felt by the neighbors first. There are many reasons that having an STR in a residential neighborhood requires a zoning variance in order to operate one. When rules are less stringent for STRs than commercial properties, you are effectively inviting the loudest, most raucous, large groups of people into our family neighborhoods instead of commercial properties that have to follow more stringent guidelines. It makes no sense to give these STR owners, many of which who don't live in our communities or even our county, the ability to negatively impact neighborhoods with no concerns for the residents that live there. Transient over-occupation of residential homes is a detriment to our communities and our children. I'm tired of picking up trash, shooing away raccoons in the middle of the day, and seeing public urination from my driveway, and having my children have to play inside the house instead of out in their own front yard because we do not feel safe. And safety for our children should be paramount for this community. So I urge you, 10 or more people, absolutely not. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Charles Stone, followed by Andrea Stark.
Thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak.
Good evening.
I'm going to cut short my little speech here because many of you have worse nightmares than I do. So I'm just going to bring one consideration that maybe not have been touched upon. My wife and I have been retired for about 20 years. We live in a two-story house on stilts. We have 4 bedrooms and 3 baths. Our kids are gone, so we want to move on, cut our expenses down. We don't have a lot of other assets, so everything we've got is locked up into the house. We want to sell the house early summer. The problem is there's a house I live right next to the vacation rental. The house west of him has been up for sale for some time, and no one will buy it. And it's a very nice house. I'm afraid of how many hundreds of thousands of dollars am I going to miss out of my retirement, and what I'm going to live on is because I got some commercial enterprise next door to me making $380 a night, and it's being filled almost every week except from Thanksgiving to Easter. It's kind of a short period. But anyway, that's the situation. And every one of you ought to be thinking about, you might not intend on selling your house, but you might have to sometime. And what's it going to cost you? It's just not getting out of a loud neighborhood. You're going to have to sacrifice many years of your earning power because you've lost it to an enterprise that has no business on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Stark, followed by J.C. Callie.
Hi. Tough room. Because I totally support reckless abandon short-term rentals next to my home, comma, said nobody who values, sorry, very nervous, so emotional over this. So I'm going to abandon all this and talk about, we have all spent, with the American Dream I heard earlier, we've all spent, budgeted for our homes. We stretched our budgets. We probably went over budget buying our house because we wanted to buy the best house for our neighborhood, set down roots, look around, form a community. And good for you who did that. Now we have, every day, you get them, these letters from LLCs wanting to spend outrageous money for you. People die and they just swoop in. These are corporations. They are ruining the fabric of our communities. You know what a fabric is? You live next to these people. You've watched your neighbors be born. You watched your other neighbor that you had a block party with have miscarriages and finally have a baby. My next door neighbor, 95, 96 years old. They're on hospice. This last Halloween, how many of you were in your neighborhoods? And you can't even take your kids trick-or-treating anymore because Airbnb, 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 Airbnb. The hurricane, my gosh, the whole 4 hours earlier, you guys talked about emergency and budget and recovery and da-da. You think those people care that you're going through a crisis? That your mother lost everything, including her car? That another thing, a common thing earlier was stressors. Stressors everywhere. Oh, did I bring my daughter's thing up here? Did I drop it? Well, for those who don't know, beginning in first grade on, every Pinellas County student on the back of their ID has a suicide prevention crisis hotline of 988. They participate in lockdown drills. People are losing jobs. We have stressors. We came here for the beach, sacrifice that. You can't see the beach, condo, 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 Hyatt, motel, blah, 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 blah. We gave up that. You want your backyard quiet? We gave up that. We have tenfold air flights over your pool in your backyard every day. Driving, I don't even have to talk about driving. That's ridiculous. But, okay, we all heard the horror stories from gang rapes 20 yards from my daughter's bedroom to everything. But what we need to talk about is solutions. I mean, we've got your county, okay. I'll be here next time. That's all right. We'll continue.
Thank you. J.C. Kelly, followed by John Payne.
J.C. Kelly, unincorporated Seminole. First, let me say that I strongly oppose these proposed changes to the short-term rules, which I feel are already too lenient. I find it disturbing that we're even proposing something like this. As a homeowner in the county since 2003, I've always enjoyed the right to a peaceful existence in my own home until about 3 years ago when the property next to me was sold and the new owner turned it into a short-term rental, which is just a different term for a hotel in a residential neighborhood. Since that time, it's been a nightmare living next to this property, various tenants, or guests as Airbnb calls them, staying for short periods of time, a home that would normally house a family of 4 or 5. It was 2 when I originally bought the house. Then it was a family of 3 or 4, now 10. And what you're proposing, more than 10, just ridiculous. And just allowing 10 people in a family, in a home like that creates a problem in itself. Screaming kids, loud drunken adults during the day as well into the night have made getting a peaceful night's rest or even living in peace during the day a question on a daily basis. The backyard pool area has been turned into a resort, like some of the other people say, with the, putting pool tables out there and all this other stuff that most residents, a normal, family is not going to be out there with all that stuff and multiple people making all kind of noise. And the proximity of this area on my home is feet away from my home and borders on my bedroom windows. So needless to say, I've lost the privacy and peacefulness that I once had when I originally bought my home before short-term rentals started appearing. And my question is, why in St. Pete, I know it's a different municipality or different area, why are they allowed only to rent 3 times per year for short-term rentals? And as a homeowner in the county, I'm subjected to a less of a standard. I don't know the legalities of that, but it's just a question. And I as a homeowner purchased a home to live with some sense of peace, and that's not the case when I'm essentially living next to a hotel that's allowed to inhabit a residential neighborhood. I don't know why we're not talking about putting more strict standards, but definitely not loosening these standards as they already are in place. And the quiet hours, definitely don't want to loosen that. I think there should be stricter standards. As board members, you're supposed to represent the people of this county, and I can guarantee the majority, if not all the people of the...
Thank you, sir. John Payne, followed by Kevin Stein.
Good evening. I'm opposed to this decision too. I wanted to share with you some pictures here. This is a short-term rental just near our neighborhood. It has a bowling alley in the backyard, has cornhole, it has a basketball court. It also has pickleball courts as well. It has fire pits where many people can sit around it. At nighttime, I don't know if you've been to a bowling alley, they're pretty loud. Bowling alleys in our neighborhood are really loud too. The other thing I'm against is that when we pull into our neighborhood, there's times where there's multiple cars on both sides of the street. Sometimes I have a hard time getting out of my neighborhood or pulling into my neighborhood. That's not what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with the fire truck, the police vehicle, the ambulance to get down into our neighborhood to be able to respond to a situation when we have 7 cars lined up on both sides. Those are issues that I have. We also have young kids in the neighborhood who also go to bed at 7 o'clock to go to school. And when there's people out in the backyard, it gets really loud. This is one house that's in my neighborhood. This house here, it's owned by a gentleman in New Jersey, bought the house. First thing he did is he came and he cut down the oak trees. Now, I know this is not a code enforcement place, but he cut the oak trees down, just left the stumps in the front yard. Nothing done. Same house. In the middle of the night, he took out the hot water heater, or the heat pump for the pool. They put in a new heat pump. Again, no permits. So these people who own these houses aren't even following code because they're not even pulling permits to do the things to improve these homes. This house across the street, this is another house that was up for rent. It's been taken down. They're redoing some improvements. You'll notice that this is a 3-bedroom home. Right now, they just demoed the garage with no permits, and they're putting 2 more bedrooms in there. So I'm not a betting man, but I bet here shortly that house is going to be advertised as a 5-bedroom house. Matter of fact, that same house, the people from California have put an in-ground pool, above-ground pool. They built an above-ground pool. They're putting it into the ground. No permits. I called the county. They did get a red tag on it. This address is 8601 Pine Tree Drive East in unincorporated county. The other one is 8669. One family's from New Jersey, one family's from California. They come into these neighborhoods, they buy these houses, they do all these things to these homes, no permits whatsoever. After it was red tagged, now we have hot tubs coming in. So even though it was red tagged, they're still having stuff delivered to the house with no permits. His house in California, I hope our house doesn't look like that, because that's where the company lives. And if my neighborhood starts looking like that, then I don't want him living in my neighborhood either. Too much traffic in the neighborhoods, too loud. The one thing we have to do is we have to start working on getting these people to pull permits on all the things that they're doing through their homes. I like to bowl. I like to play pickleball, but I like to do them in the right places, at a bowling alley and at a public facility where I can do all those things. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Kevin Stein, followed by Lori Cottrell. Turn it the other way. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, tell me when you're ready to go.
Go.
So my name's Kevin Stein. I live in unincorporated Seminole, and I am against short-term rentals. I think we should be posing more restrictions against them. Let me give you a good story here. We have 2 European cities, Prague and Czechoslovakia, Prague in the Czech Republic, and Vienna in Austria. Right now in Prague, 80,000 apartments are Airbnbs, and their downtown is not thriving. No one lives in the downtown, and everyone has to live on the outskirts of town. Meanwhile, downtown is all tourist attractions and nothing useful, like grocery stores and so on. Meanwhile, in Austria, this is an apartment in downtown Austria, 5-bedroom apartment. And if we look at the price, it's less than $1,000 because they put more restrictions on Airbnbs, making stuff more affordable for their people. I don't know about y'all, but I don't remember the last time seeing an apartment for under $1,000 in Pinellas County. These short-term rental places, if you're giving them more leeway, are gonna buy up more property and screw more Americans out of owning a home. Right now, 30% of homes in America are owned by corporations, and it is way too much. The American people are basically fighting corporations to buy new homes. And that's not even the elephant in the room talking about Florida. Right now, Florida, while yes, they are gaining more people, it's the quality of people. We saw people from California, and they're not really providing much for our communities. A lot of smart and talented people who can't afford these homes because of Airbnbs are leaving. Here's a graph showing this. The migration out graph is highlighted in orange. A lot of those people are younger people, college-educated people that are leaving our state. Those are people who could have been professionals, providing new jobs for the communities, leaving, in turn, having transients come into our communities and provide nothing of value. What's the difference between them and a Russian oligarch buying a random building in London and doing nothing with it? is apparent that we need to put more restrictions on these Airbnbs if we want to make sure there's more affordability. The only way that these Airbnbs should not have restrictions is if we build more affordable housing. The key is affordability. We need stuff to be more affordable here. A lot of people moved here because of affordability, and now they can barely afford to even live here. So as more people migrate out, the quality of life in Florida is going to dip. And you're about to see what a non-working population does to a community. I also suggest to every voter here that if these people vote yes on this, vote them out. Remember their names and make sure they never forget it.
Thank you. Lori Cottrell, followed by Brian Kelly.
Registering. All right, this is the Airbnb next door to my home. This is the Airbnb next door to my home. It is not a family house. It is next to 1574 Benwood Circle. 1574 Benwood Circle was left to me by my father. I used to live in Largo. An Airbnb company tried to buy my house. I refused to sell it to them. My father died and left me his house. His house is technically in Clearwater, so I moved thinking it was a better neighborhood. It was not, because I have a Clearwater address. One street behind me is unincorporated, and 2 streets over, so I'm in a catch-22 situation. I have the same long list as everybody else: bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, drunken people. But unlike these unincorporated people, I have a police force I can call. Do you know what they say? Sorry, ma'am, we can't do anything. Do not engage with the renters next door to you. So when I say to the person, gee, you were a little loud last night, and they say, fuck off, I'm not allowed to engage with them. This is a problem because they're right next door to me. I am a petite, disabled person. I put $250,000 worth of improvements into my home, ramps and a walk-in shower, so that I could live there. I can't comfortably live there when there's these nasty people next door to me, and my sweetheart is a big guy who wants to protect me. So when this woman got mouthy the other day, I had to go out and stand between them because I knew if the police got called, he was the one getting in trouble. So this, Largo has restrictions, doesn't help. 16 people, there's 30. 10 o'clock curfew, they're often up till 3 a.m. in the morning. Restrictions do not work. These people are vacationing, they are partying, they do not care. They do not care if they block your mailbox. They do not care if they block your driveway. They do not care about you personally. In fact, they feel entitled to yell at you when you are a resident of the neighborhood. The police act annoyed when you call them because there's a party at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry I have to bother you, but this is not right. So I pay my taxes. I'm a retired teacher. I did 27 years of service to Pinellas County, and this is what I get for my retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Kelly, followed by Emily Crawford.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brian Kelly, and I live in unincorporated Seminole. And there's no way I can out-eloquence the last lady who spoke, or some of the other folks who have spoken about the nightmares that they live next to. Fortunately, The short-term rentals near me are not yet a crisis, but they very well could be in the future. It starts insidiously. People buy a home, you go over, you socialize with them. They're from out of town. They tell you it's a vacation home. And then sooner or later, it turns mysteriously and quietly into an STR. We can't, because of state preemption, do anything about that. But I have read the ordinance up for proposal, and I do say that there are some good things about it in terms of enforcement. However, there are some things, and I've spoken with BDRS about it and had a good conversation about the ordinance. I don't have time to go into all that. So I'm going to just simply raise the concerns I have with it as written. I believe that the occupancy should have a hard limit. I do not believe that there should be unlimited children under 12 in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, simply because children have to sleep somewhere as well. If we have 2 adults per bedroom, plus 2 in a common area, that's 10 adults and an unknown number of children. So there needs to be a hard limit on that. Number 2, some of the horror stories you've heard tonight might have been averted if there were regular patrols. I understand that the ordinance changes, proposes 3 additional code officers and a supervisor with response hotline at all hours of the day, even though active enforcement will end at midnight. We'll still have it on the weekend. Nevertheless, I think that patrols are needed at all hours of the day. I understand that the software that the county will purchase as part of this ordinance rollout will have the ability to identify new short-term rentals as they come online by scouring the vacation rental sites. I think that technology is a good thing, but we need human patrols monitoring the properties that they have, just like beat officers in cities that we used to have. There needs to be regular patrols stopping in so that if something happens, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Emily Crawford, followed by John Vanderstal.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. So I'm obviously opposed to this, like so many before me, and they made such great points. I thought I would just build on them a little bit. I'm not a homeowner, so I have none of these horror stories. I rent, but I'm worried that I can't afford to live in the Pinellas County area. I grew up here. I've been here 30 years. I'm at the point where it seems like everything's getting bought up, and then there's nothing really available for like people. I have a lot of pockets, but they're not very deep. That's my problem. And the people that are buying the short-term rentals, it's not even one person. Or if it is one person, it doesn't necessarily mean it's their money. So these people are borrowing money from whoever they will give it to them with the promise for 4% further once they make it back or whatever. I'm willing to spend my money in my community along with my taxes, of course. Wouldn't you rather have me here than up to 30, 40 people that don't contribute? I'm a healthcare professional and everything. I'll help your kids. They got flatheads, I got them. But I might move to another state because it makes the most financial sense for me right now. I have a Skyway tattoo. I want to stay here. People know what it is here. But unfortunately, that might not be the case. There was something else. The people parking in these Airbnbs, do we still get our streets cleaned? I don't know. I just thought about this earlier. They can't clear our streets, which means that our drainage systems aren't working properly and our infrastructure. We kind of learned a couple months ago how well that went. That scares the crap out of me too. Sorry for my language, but can we really handle all these people? Should they be here? Who does this change actually help is my concern. So I'm going to go. I don't even need all my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Fannerstall. And then followed by Thomas Signorelli, but it says he's waived speaking. Is that still the case? If Thomas is here or not? Okay. John Fannerstall, are you here?
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, do you have him listed for Zoom?
I only had one for Zoom, and that was Hillary Simpson, but she was here.
Right, I have a
So-
John Fanistall who's on Zoom.
Okay, all right, well then let's go with that then.
Mr. Fanistall, can you please raise your virtual hand so we can go ahead and unmute you?
Sure.
Okay, we can hear you.
Good. Hi. Thank you for scheduling this public discussion. This ordinance has two Trojan horses that are placed within it. It's already been discussed about the current limit of 10 occupants. But second, and even worse, the standard definition of bedroom with a closet and means of egress for safety is deleted. And it's replaced by, quote, room that can be used for sleeping purposes. This seemingly innocent change allows transients to be housed in converted garages, living rooms, dining rooms, offices, and more. We know about this coming from Indian Rocks Beach. 1 and 2 bedroom houses could now have more than 12 adult occupants plus children. 1 and 2 bedroom houses plus new construction and remodels can be designed so that a house that has typically 2.2 residents can be rented to dozens of strangers. This redefinition of bedroom is the same tactic tried by the VR industry in cities and statewide. Please do not fall for it. Just think what it's like having to sell your house and move because your family can no longer live next to these unsupervised hotels. That unfortunately has already happened to many of my friends and neighbors. They had a forever home in what they thought was paradise, and now it's turned into purgatory. Public anger is growing countywide, statewide, and nationally about the injustice of having these commercial businesses in areas zoned residential. The ordinance is good in several ways. Having people advertise their address in the ads is excellent, but please keep the standard definition of bedroom. That's so important, and the occupancy limit of 10. Otherwise, this new ordinance can have a more detrimental effect on residents' home life the way it's written than anything you've done before. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Thomas Signorelli, are you still waiving speaking? Okay, assume. Okay. Okay, last we have, and this is a group speaker, Erica Herring. Is Erica here? There's 4 and her would be 5, so it'd be 10 minutes. Yeah. What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, cool, wonderful.
So can you point out the 4 people here? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you. As a native resident of unincorporated Seminole and a third generation owning a home in my neighborhood, I can confidently say that my family and surrounding neighbors develop the culture of our neighborhood. This culture includes pride in our homes, along with trust, safety, and helpfulness amongst neighbors. I can also say with confidence that the success of neighborhoods like mine are the reason short-term rental investment companies are profiting off of our neighborhood culture. The transient people occupying these do not have any skin in the game. They are not homeowners or long-term renters. They're here for a few days, gone forever, and no one knows who they even are. There's no form of identification of these people. These are a few examples, if we can go to the next picture. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay, I'll just tell you guys to switch it. These are a few examples of abnormal neighborhood behavior witnessed at short-term rental party houses near me. Obviously, we probably don't need to zoom in anymore on that one, but that's a bachelorette party. Obviously, that's a very inappropriate thing to have drawn. It's, you know, a picture of a penis. And explaining that to small children who are walking around in the neighborhood riding their bikes, you know, kind of a difficult topic to have, conversation to have. The next picture should be a head count. I count 19. It's kind of fun to play if you want to just count how many people are there. But that actually is effectively blocking garbage trucks, emergency vehicles from getting through. We've also had bachelor parties here with very loud and offensive very loud and offensive language, even jumping off the roofs naked in the pool at 2 in the morning. This is not normal neighborhood behavior. I don't know if the fire truck is still in it or not, but the next picture, I don't know if there's a next picture. Is there any other pictures? Yeah. Okay, so there was a picture that was removed, but we've had short-term rental parties so big that a fire truck couldn't get past and had to reverse back down the street. Thankfully, the fire truck was returning to the station, but imagine if this was a true emergency. And then for my next one, there should be, so this is kind of short-term rental crime. In short-term rental companies are putting residents of the community in harm's way in a place we deserve to be safe, our homes. This is a compilation of news articles covering crimes committed at short-term rental properties in Florida and beyond. I'd like to point out 3 of these articles. One is family sues Airbnb after 19-month-old dies of fentanyl toxicity during stay at a Florida rental. Deadly Fort Lauderdale shooting spotlights concerns over vacation rental bills. Bomb materials found at an Airbnb linked to Bourbon Street terror suspect. So, these are not safe situations. Nobody's being vetted. How do we know who's next door, and how do we keep our neighborhoods safe? I encourage each of the commissioners to do their own homework on crimes committed in short-term rental properties before voting to loosen occupancy and noise restrictions. Statistically speaking, the larger volume of people cycling through a house day after day, the higher the risk of things like drug activity, violent crimes, and human trafficking right next door. Therefore, I have strong opposition to 2 aspects of the proposed ordinance change for short-term rentals. I'm also skeptical of the proposed enforcement strategy. I do question the agenda of the county, commissioners for not being more direct and upfront about this proposed change, because this was 4 days of efforts to get the community together, and look at how much turnout you've had. I really truly feel like this should be clearly stated to your constituents so that everyone's concerns can be out there in the open. To better explain my opposition, I'd like to point out my concerns with leniency on occupancy and noise. So obviously everyone knows the current ordinance is max 10, 2 persons per bedroom. Quiet hours are 10 to 9. Code enforcement is Monday through Friday from 8 till 4:30, I'm told. But with this proposed change, in addition to allowing basically no limit, so if you had someone convert a house into a 7-bedroom, you'd be looking at 16 people there. You're also going to say children under 12 shouldn't be counted. So double that, 32 people then in that house. Furthermore, my big concern with this is the proposal of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. only for the occupancy. So I understand that this current proposal is saying that occupancy refers to the number of adults and minors regularly present within one boundary of the property between the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days a week. Noise ordinance, would go back to like Pinellas County's ordinance of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then I understand that there's going to be weekend code enforcement coverage, which will only be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 4 p.m. till 12 a.m. And then a 24-hour hotline beyond that. This proposal would also reduce hours of occupancy limits and noise restrictions to 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. only. So for 16 hours a day, there's no occupancy limits or additional noise restrictions for short-term rental properties. The proposed code acknowledges that Pinellas County's average family size is 2.93 persons and that single-family homes are designed to house 2 to 3 people on average. Furthermore, there's no case law to support expanding single-family residential homes to house more than 10 transient occupants at a time. Though your proposed code calls for significantly greater temporary occupancy within a short-term rental, I can assure you there is nothing temporary about the short-term rental occupancy. Short-term rentals permanently house their max allowable occupancy and beyond because they price their nightly rates upon how many people can be stuffed into a house. And your proposal could make it 20 to 30 plus people new every day. This ordinance revision proposes really no boots on the ground code enforcement for noise or occupancy except for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, really for 1 hour from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. 3 days a week, if you think about when you're actually considering enforceable hours. On the surface, it looks like we finally have an enforceable code with 24-hour enforcement, but effectively, all the important aspects of the code, max occupancy and noise, are reduced to nothing. And code enforcement will only be on shift 1 hour, 3 days per week. This is like making something illegal for only 8 hours a day, but only having enforcement for 1 hour. So there's really no point in having code enforcement working Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, if there's no codes to enforce during that time period. They'll just be playing catch up on complaints from days past when the offending parties have already checked out from their vacation house. Of those 3 hours per week, how much can code enforcement officers really get in their last hour of their shift, which ends at midnight? So we won't have boots on the ground from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. when the vast majority of noise complaints occur. A 24-hour hotline is better than what we have now, but a 24-hour hotline will not be able to prevent noise issues or even quickly stop them. Our family members and kids who work and go to school the next day will still be woken up and expected to call a hotline. The hotline will call an probably out-of-town responsible party or property manager, and if they answer, the responsible party is then supposed to call the partiers next door who won't answer because they're outside partying. But at that point, it's too late. They already woke up the whole neighborhood, the damage is done, and it'll be a different group of transient partiers the next night. It's a vicious cycle of no enforceability unless you have someone from code enforcement obtain ID and issue citation at the time of violation. Otherwise, they check out and they're in the wind the next day. Increasing the allowable occupancy and loosening noise restriction will worsen negative effects on local families. Even resorts on our beaches have quiet time from 9 p.m. and on. Noise and occupancy issues within the business housing transient vacationers is completely different than how neighbors living in a community conduct themselves, and therefore these businesses should be held to a higher standard than permanent residents. And if you think this doesn't affect you now, just wait until a house in your neighborhood goes up for sale. The proposed ordinance change will encourage even more short-term rental companies to take place of families in our community. So County Commissioners, your office has received over 300 complaints so far from local residents, and this was only just exposed 4 days ago. Clearly, the proposed change has been introduced with insufficient notice to local residents. According to the state of Florida DBPR, local authorities may enact ordinances against location, duration, occupancy, and frequency of short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. This proposal will only benefit short-term companies and will be at the expense of the residents. I can't imagine any reason to approve this. I propose that you maintain the occupancy and noise of the current code. Add your inspection, registration, extra code enforcement shifts, and 24-hour hotline, then collect data on how all of that works first. If you're considering revising the code, consult with residents who actually live here. Good neighbors are leaving and moving out of state due to negative impacts from short-term rentals. Let's keep our community safe for current and future families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public comment that we have. I want to thank all the members of the public that took their time to come out this evening and share their thoughts. Before we go to staff presentations, I just want to very quickly see if we have any comments. Anything to say?
So I do, and I just want to thank everyone for coming out. And everything you had to say, I understand completely, and you're spot on what you said. About the zoning, when the state law passed that law, they preempted all of our zones, so they no longer count. So although you would think that we could enforce zoning, we can't enforce zoning because we've been preempted by state law, and state law trumps local law. So just so it doesn't make sense, but that's the law, and that's how it works. I do want to tell you about the corporates that are buying the houses. One of our state representatives who represents you in Seminole is filing a bill, HB, I wrote it down, 401, to try and rein in corporations buying single-family homes. Now, it would really be beneficial if the 300 people that reached out to us, plus would reach out to our delegation and the whole legislature about enforcing and passing that bill if it's a good bill. I haven't read it, but if it's a good bill and it can rein in corporations buying our homes, which are making it unaffordable for people to buy homes as a result of corporations buying up our homes. I strongly recommend that you also reach out to the delegation, not only on corporate home buying, but on short-term rentals and the inability of local governments to regulate them more. So, but what I would like to say, I really want to make that clear. It's not that we don't want to, it's that we don't have the ability to. But I would like to say, even before our presentation, that I agree with the recommendations from the last speaker, that we keep the occupancy and the quiet time the same as it already is. I don't know why we would be expanding that anyways. So I think the recommendations that have come from the audience are sound recommendations. I don't think I'm going to change my opinion after I hear the staff presentation. And I know this is only the first hearing and we're not voting on it today, so we have plenty of time to make changes. But I really want to thank you all for coming out, especially on short notice. The email response has been amazing, and I love it when the public is engaged. So thank you. And every one of you had something very concrete to say, and it is definitely a problem. And whenever the legislative delegation is too late this year, y'all need to show up and keep them there till 5 o'clock and talk to them about this too, because this is something that has to be changed at the state level. It can't be changed here. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Flowers and then Commissioner LaVallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. I'll save my comments for after the presentation. As it relates, Barry, to the calibration of the noise monitors, I know when I was on council in St. Pete and we had issues with, people having parties and things like that, they would bring out the calibrators, but the concern was that they had to be stationary, they had to be calibrated, and then could test the noise volume. So that was even an issue, a concern for the police department. So with our codes enforcement department, I believe what I heard was that our code enforcement department does have noise calibrators. Do we have any data from them going out to any of these calls where they were able to get readings on the decimal for noise levels?
I would need to bring staff up to be able to answer that
Okay.
question. So if we can do that now, we can wait till staff presentation.
I'll wait until the presentation for that one. That was
Okay.
the first one. And the second one is, which I guess that would be, it's going to be your decision, but maybe looking at some weekend shift hours for code enforcement if this is a true concern.
Yeah.
And then, is there anything, Jewel, in the statute that prohibits us from requiring these entities to have security on premise? Because that jacks up the level of responsibility on the person that owns the property when it comes to any issues like what we're hearing. So is there anything in the statute that says we can't require them to have security during and whatever parameter hours, evening hours from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. or something of that nature?
The statute is certainly not specific to that. It's not specific to a lot of things other than we're prohibited from, prohibiting these. It doesn't speak in that term, but it does have some high-level general prohibitions. Whether something like security could fall under that or not, we don't know because there's not good case law. We could certainly look into that and maybe get a better comfort level of maybe recommending that to you before the next hearing, if that's something that the board wishes us to consider.
Okay. Are you guys from the apartment association?
No, that's our code enforcement.
Oh, you're code enforcement. I'm sorry.
That's Jude.
I'm sorry, I didn't
They're gonna
recognize you. I just
enforce
wanted to, I'm like, that's why I kept looking back there like.
That's
who
our
are they?
enforcement team.
Okay, because I was
so-
gonna ask them a question. Hey, codes. Okay, well then you're off the hook.
But Commissioner Chair,
Don't y'all put that on the
let me
news.
just answer the one question. The one, Jude can answer that, but the question is, this registration process, and Kevin's going to go over this, but the registration process is designed not as another police force. So we have a registration, it'll generate revenue that then we can hire additional code enforcement people. If we have to adjust those hours or stuff, we have the flexibility, and Kevin
Okay.
can certainly speak to that, Jude can speak to that.
And I can wait for that,
Because
but-
they're adding some additional people, but they have a code enforcement group. Now, they're out doing other work during the day, but that doesn't mean that they can't adjust it based upon, implementation of this ordinance, so.
And I apologize, you good people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner LaValle, do you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Barry, when it comes to unpermitted work, we've heard stories of people that have turned 3-bedroom houses into 7-bedroom houses. Since these STRs are being taxed as businesses through the bed tax, is there any recourse for us to go after them for doing unpermitted work?
There's always the ability to go out for unpermitted work. And I think that this really kind of ties into our presentation, because now you're actually going to know where these are at. They require an inspection, and now you're tied back to bringing, we don't drive around looking for unpermitted work. We do it when we come across it based upon complaint, other reasons. And nor do we have the enforcement capability to do that with, close to 300,000 people in unincorporated. But this gives us a better ability. It has a handle around these and has an inspection and a process to it. So it'll better be able them to not only enforce the ordinance, but also see unpermitted work. And there's some additional revisions that when you get into talking about this that can be made that better defines what a bedroom is and how you can then tie back to that occupancy based upon that number of bedrooms.
Well, and so we heard stories tonight over things that were unpermitted. Is
Correct.
that stuff that we can file complaints for now?
Well, yes, and the one person said there's a red tag on it for at least the pool, is what I heard, but I also saw Jude writing it down, so I would imagine there's information now for them to be able to follow up.
Okay. I have a question for Joel. When it comes to noise complaints, is there a difference between music and like a concert outside and like somebody like Commissioner Eggers having a party with his retiree friends, and they're out there, and they're out there yelling at each other and, things like that? Is there a difference?
My understanding is that cases that we have taken forward for enforcement, there have been differences in the holdings rendered by the courts. I do not believe there should have been a difference. And my understanding, and speaking with an attorney on my staff that handles these code enforcement cases, a good long while ago, we rewrote our noise ordinance, which previously, and this was probably 20 years ago, which previously only had the decibel standards in there. For a lot of the reasons you've heard today, it can be hard to get a decibel reading of noise. So we wrote into the ordinance a loud and raucous standard, which is a standard that is sanctioned by the United States Supreme Court. What we also wrote into the ordinance at the time was a section that talks about specific acts considered to be unreasonably loud and raucous, and we enumerated a lot of those. But we also stated this enumeration does not constitute an exclusive list. Very briefly, I had my attorney that handled the case that I think we might be talking about, tell me that the judge found that since loud voices were not specifically enumerated on a list that we only included to create a rebuttable presumption, it's a legal term, I apologize, he would not find it to be in violation of the ordinance. One of the things that we could do is go back and rewrite this ordinance and make it a little bit tighter, because I do think that it's a good idea to address noise through our general noise ordinance. And one of the things that you'll see in the language that was stricken is that we say quiet hours are to be observed between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. daily, or as superseded by the county noise ordinance. The quiet hours in the general noise ordinance are between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So the language that we currently have conflicts with another portion of our code. My recommendation would be, if we want to leave the hours, if that's the will of the commission, to leave the hours in the current or the short-term rental ordinance from the quiet hours from 10 to 9 a.m., I would strongly recommend you also make that change in your noise ordinance. And that would give us an opportunity to go back and revisit the other section that it sounds like there was an issue with in a code enforcement proceeding. Hopefully that answers your
Yeah.
question. I think that Jude and his staff could speak more to how enforcement takes place.
And I do support that, and I also, for the record, want to say that I support what Commissioner Peters talked about earlier as regards to the last speaker and those recommendations as it pertains to the maximum occupancy. I don't think there should be a difference between a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old and an adult when it comes to these short-term rentals. My last question for now, Barry, do you know if we are currently issuing fines to short-term rental owners, or have we ever?
I'd have to defer to staff. I really don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I can ask them when they come up. Thank you.
Okay. Quickly, because I'd like to get on the staff
The
presentation.
nudity part, so naked jumping into the pool, sex acts outside. Now, if they call the sheriff, that's actually a crime, right? So if they're having sex outside in the backyard, this went back, way, way back. I mean, even when we had thong bathing suits and we had to have the rules on that. I mean, this has been a problem, I know, in Reddington Beach, where people would be on the beach having sex. They're naked on the beach. They're in those homes on the beach. And, I mean, I want to say in the 80s, the county did a thing about showing your anal cleft. I mean, come on. There's got to be some kind of codes that the sheriff can enforce if they're actually, I mean, to me, if they're outside, it's public. If they're having sexual acts, it's public. If they're naked on the roof, they're displaying, and it could be in front of children if their neighbors have children there and they're seeing that and they're naked. There should be things that the sheriff can do.
We could certainly confer with the sheriff. I will not profess to be an expert in criminal law. The ordinance you're referring to is the adult use ordinance that only applies in establishments that are open for that purpose. And the main prohibition there is that depending on certain activities that may be taking place within the establishment, it prohibits sales of alcohol and things like that. So it's a completely different ordinance.
Well, I'm just saying, if we have ordinance that much, we should have ordinance that cover nudity on the roof that children can see.
And we could certainly confer with the sheriff on that.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think this would be a good time to segue into Kevin.
Let's get the guys up that actually enforce this stuff. And,
all right,
so know what we're talking about.
Welcome, Kevin. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director of Building and Development Review Services. I'm going to take you through a presentation that initially starts with some context to short-term rentals in Pinellas County. I'm going to highlight the ordinance update. There's been a lot of good discussion and input already on the updated ordinance proposal, but I'm also going to speak in much greater detail to the supporting technology and the augmentation of code enforcement that is part of an overall approach to a short-term rental program. As been mentioned, this STR program going forward will be administered and managed by our Code Enforcement Division within BDRS, and it'll be supported by our Building Division. So the STR market in Pinellas County between 2023 and 2024 saw a 25% increase. That kind of growth is projected to be sustained going forward. The industry itself that's been alluded to is both sophisticated and dynamic. And when I make a reference to dynamic, what I'm talking about is that it is typical within the short-term rental industry to see a 20% turnover in unique listings on an annual basis. So that right there poses a challenge as to the degree of turnover that occurs on an annual basis. When I make the reference to sophisticated, the common denominator is technology on both sides of the equation. Investors are using platforms that give return on investment. They give you how many nights would be projected to be occupied per year. So it's really, really a very advanced industry. On the other side of the equation, we're looking to leverage the technology that supports municipalities. I'm going to speak in much greater detail to that as I take you through my presentation. So in March of this past year, there were approximately 2,700 unique listings in unincorporated Pinellas County. And I want to clarify when I use the word unique listings, because what occurs is that most short-term rental owner-operators list on multiple host platforms. And so to make sure there isn't a duplication in creating that inventory, it's quite a sophisticated approach to determine what are unique listings and not double counting, or and sometimes 3 or 4 times listing one particular piece of property. While not specifically relevant in all of Pinellas, in March of 2024, there was approximately 18,000. What is noteworthy is that Hurricane Helene and Milton had an impact on the short-term rentals here in unincorporated Pinellas. We know, working with the third-party consultant, that there's about a 17% reduction. Today, there's about 2,200 unique listings in unincorporated Pinellas. Now, in speaking with the industry experts, that's likely going to rebound within a year or two, but at the moment, it is down from what was the case in March of 2024. So the current regulations, these have been spoken to, so I'm going to try to go through them very quickly. This code was established in 2018. There were 2 minor updates between 2018 and today. Both of those were really had no material change in the effectiveness of this ordinance being utilized. The ordinance does contain the quality of life standards that have been referenced, the maximum occupancy at 10, parking, the noise quiet hours, and posting of contact information. However, the piece that's been missing is there is no accounting to who are the operators, where are these STRs located, and how many of them are there within the county. And the ability to regulate these going forward to today has been entirely ineffective, and that's been made loud and clear from everybody here this evening. The biggest piece of accountability that's been absent from our ordinance is that enrollment or registration piece, and that's been spoken to. We're referring to it as a certificate of use. In effect, it's a registration. This will be the key provision going forward. Every form of code enforcement up till today has been reactive and effectively ineffective. We know between 2023 and 2024, there was a 200% increase in code complaints and code cases. It doubled from 64 to 128. We're seeing that same pace into 2025, which is really correlated to the increase from those coming online. From an intent standpoint, the overarching goal with this ordinance update, supported by technology and the augmented code enforcement, is to preserve the highest quality of life within our residential neighborhoods. And that starts with bringing accountability, which is I referenced to, educating and monitoring owner-operators, and shifting code to active enforcement as opposed to reactive. And while not specifically under the purview of how this will be managed by code enforcement, there will be benefits associated with this program going forward with compliance with the tourist development tax. We know there's significant homestead status fraud and compliance with state licensing requirements. The accountability I've referenced starts with knowing where these properties are located. I'm going to ask communications if they can put up an exhibit outside of my slide deck at this time. And I'm going to speak to one of the 3 key modules that the county has retained that will support this program. The first being what's called address identification. And if that exhibit is not possible, what you see in the lower right-hand corner of this image is a dashboard illustration of the address identification. And what happens with this technology is that it continually screens over 60 host platforms on a regular basis and is able to, with staff vetting all of those listings, is able to distinguish unique listings. You're looking at a screenshot of what this dashboard will look like. Each of those red dots is actually a unique listing. When we launch this program going forward, the color of those will actually immediately designate whether they are in compliant with the advertisement requirements, which I'll talk to momentarily, or whether they're not in compliant. And if for those that are not in compliant, this will be deemed a violation of this section. So I'm going to go through that in a little bit greater detail on the next slide. So I'm going to go back to the slide deck and drill down now into some of the ordinance provisions. So one of the deletions from the ordinance was the fact that individual rooms within owner-occupied properties are not licensed by the state, so we've taken that out of the ordinance. This has not been an issue, and again, this would run afoul of licensing with the state. Within the ordinance now, there are definitions that are terms used throughout the ordinance. They include owner, occupancy, and there's been a good discussion on that of the definition of a bedroom. And I will speak to that prior to my conclusion of the presentation. County Attorney Jewel White will also reinforce what will be utilized as this goes forward. The mandatory certificate of use, as I stated, is the key provision within this ordinance going forward. This will be an annual renewal. As I mentioned, failure to maintain a current STR certificate of use will be a violation. Year one, the cost of this certificate of use will be a total of $600, $450 for the certificate of use, $150 for the building inspection, totaling $600. Year two is $450 removal for the certificate of use. Year three kicks in the biannual building inspection, which I'll talk to momentarily, so that it's $450 and $100 for the building inspection going forward in accordance with that formula. The STR program, it will be a self-sustaining program with no impact on the general fund. The fees that I've outlined for year one, year two, year three, and then accordingly going forward have been correlated to cover the reoccurring costs of this program, the technology, the augmented staff from code. So again, there's no impact on the general fund. The certificate of use application that will be processed through code will require a proof of an active vacation rental license with the state DBPR, an active certificate of sales tax issued by the state, and attesting to compliance with the tourist development tax. The property owner will also be required to notify the property appraiser's office of the intent to rent the property on a short-term rental basis to ensure proper treatment or property tax exemption and valuation. None of this is occurring today. The minimum life safety standards are tied to a building inspection in compliance with the Florida Building Code. They will include smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, minimum bedroom sizing, ceiling height, and will also include, and this is a recommendation that I wanted to bring forward tonight, specific reference to Florida Building Code Section R310, which is the emergency escape and rescue opening, where every sleeping room shall have not less than one operable emergency escape. The other key component of the Florida Building Code inspection will be compliance with the Pool Safety Barrier Act. This is a major concern with pools on these properties. Again, serving guests that may not be familiar with compliance associated with these strict provisions. The issue of occupancy going forward, it is proposed to be based on a scalable formula, 2 per bedroom plus 2 persons in one common area, with children under 12 years of age not being included. There's been a lot of discussion on that this evening. As I mentioned, the building inspection will occur year 1 and biannually thereafter. The building inspection, if it picks up unpermitted work, if it picks up bedrooms that don't meet the specific definition under the Florida Building Code or the state statute, will not qualify this short-term rental from obtaining a certificate of use. So this is an important piece of the puzzle going forward associated with obtaining a certificate of use. Parking will be based on 1 space per 3 occupants. We've tightened that particular provision to include, to state, that using the front lawn is not a permissible parking space. So the occupancy is 1 space per, the parking is 1 space per 3 occupants. That has to be complied with on-site, not on the street, within a driveway or a garage on the subject property. The responsible party that is designated as part of the certificate of use application will be available by phone 24/7, 365. The posting of the certificate of use, which includes occupancy, maximum number of vehicles to be parked on site, including a sketch, trash pickup, noise ordinance, and a general good neighbor statement, all must be posted immediately inside of the subject short-term rental. The advertising requirements spelled out in detail in this updated ordinance is another key component of enforcement. This will be supported by the second module of the third-party technology referred to as compliance monitoring. The advertisement must include the state license number. It must include the county certificate of use number, the bedroom count, and occupancy. Any advertisement that is non-compliant with these requirements will be a violation of this ordinance. So this is another important tool going forward as far as how code enforcement will be managing this program. The role and breadth of code enforcement has been discussed is really completely shifted going forward with this, with 3 new officers brought on, a full-time short-term rental administrator. We'll have extended coverage to start with from 4 p.m. to midnight on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Part of the formulation of this ordinance has included coordination not only with the county attorney's office, with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, with the property appraiser's office, with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. When it comes to why these hours were selected to start with 4 p.m. to midnight on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we obtained noise data from the Sheriff's Office that showed that the vast majority of noise violations, which were all-inclusive, not just short-term rentals, occurred within those time periods on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So that was the basis for why we're starting with that particular shift. As our code is written today, fines were effectively boxed in to only up to $300. We know that for some short-term rentals in today's ordinance, that would be the cost of doing business. So that's been changed to give us the full palette of all violations, whether it's specific to short-term rentals or whether it has to do with minimum housing or residential code, trash, noise, where we have the ability to go up to $1,000 a day under the special magistrate process. So there's much greater flexibility in moving forward. The third technology module that also was identified by some of our residents is what is called the 24/7 hotline. So this is a piece that is part of the package that the county has retained through host compliance. It's a Granicus company where 24/7 an operator will take a complaint. That complaint will immediately result in a call to the responsible party as well as a text and an immediate notification to code enforcement. Now, depending on the time that call occurs, if it's on a Friday at 10 o'clock and that complaint comes through to a code officer, depending on the nature of it, it could result in an immediate presence of code enforcement going to that property. But this is going to give us an important tool where today complaints that come in on a Saturday would typically not even be received until Monday. We have this hotline that's going to be tracking these 24/7, again, going to the responsible party. Code, as part of their responsibilities going forward, will follow up, if it occurs at off hours, will follow up with the responsible party the following day, as well as with the complainant, to again, make sure that the issue that was first brought was addressed, and if it wasn't, how that's going to be dealt with going forward. The other piece of code enforcement that I alluded to earlier is that of an educational component going forward. When this ordinance and this total program moves forward, there'll be an aggressive marketing campaign and communications campaign to short-term rental operators, followed up by code enforcement. After somebody registers and obtains their certificate of use, there will be a direct contact between code enforcement and that responsible party or owner, whether that happens in person, whether that happens via phone or email. There's going to be an aggressive campaign deployed, again, to educate the operators going forward as to this ordinance update. So the program timeline, as discussed, this is the first reading. The second reading would occur next month. Our objective is to see this certificate of use and this ordinance going forward, deploying in April. I just referenced the communication plan and approach going forward. Code enforcement I've addressed, and the technology I addressed. These are the four pieces of this program going forward that we would want to see deployed as early as April of this year. There's been significant coordination as we've formulated this ordinance update with the county attorney's office to ensure alignment with the Florida state statute and not running afoul of the preemptions that were discussed earlier, compliance with the comprehensive plan and countywide rules. This matter received recommended approval from both the DRC and the local planning agency. At this time, what I want to do is ask County Attorney Jewel White to address two specific issues that we would like to see consideration being incorporated. One is the statutory definition of a bedroom, and the second is what is being referred to as a vesting provision.
Thanks, Kevin. What I'm going to talk to you first, and I do have copies we can place up here if we want to see the language. So Kevin already kind of gave an overview of a couple of the changes that we would like to recommend to you this evening. The first one up here, it's an alternate definition of bedroom that we pulled from another section of the Florida statutes in reaction to one of the emails that I know that the commissioners received, that I agree with the citizen could lead to other areas in the house other than bedrooms being treated as bedrooms, aside from just the one common area that we're allowing. This is another definition taken from Chapter 381 in the Florida statutes, and you can see in number 3 down there, it specifically excludes some of the areas of concern, as noted, which I think were accurately noted. We do still allow in the ordinance as written that there would be one common space allowed for up to 2 if that's the way the ordinance remains. But this definition, substituted for the one currently in the proposed ordinance, I think would get at the concerns expressed.
Yep. I think it's a great idea.
The second recommended change is one that came from me and my staff. What this does, and this is, as I referenced earlier on in the hearing, these ordinances have been a matter of great litigation. Some of the recommendations that you're seeing coming from my staff are intended to really just get us into the best possible position we could be in should we have to defend litigation. We've already gotten claim letters in regard to the current ordinance that we have on the books, so I would expect that, we would see litigation. What this does is it essentially grandfathers in existing agreements. So you have to have an agreement in place. It could be for Christmas this year, but if it's in place by March 25th, 2025, it would be allowed to move forward. And I think we would need to work out with staff just some of the mechanics on the inspections and getting the certificates in place and coming up with a way to compel production of those documents to be able to show that you're grandfathered. But this is another recommendation that we would strongly encourage. And this is similarly fashioned to a lawsuit that was done up in Flagler County that I mentioned earlier, and this is one of the ways they were able to settle that lawsuit up there. So again, it's a recommendation just to recognize only agreements that are in existence as of March the 25th. One other thing I want to note, just because I know there was a question earlier, St. Petersburg, they are grandfathered. Their ordinance was enacted in 2001, and 2011 is when the state of Florida preempted local regulation. And when they did that, they recognized all ordinances that were in place prior to that time. We do not fall into that category. St. Petersburg does.
So just to be clear, Jewel, you're not in the pre-effective date vesting language. You're not proposing that the properties themselves. It's just any agreements, any short-term rental agreement that was in place prior to this.
Absolutely correct. No, we are only focused on agreements, existing agreements. This is not intended to be property specific, and nor is it drafted that way.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Lavelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposed change for bedroom, can that common area include a garage?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
Is he through with his presentation?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, if possible, just conclude my presentation by making the statement that the totality of this ordinance update, and I know we're discussing some important revisions to it in combination with the technology and the augmentation of code enforcement, it represents an entire reset of moving forward with short-term rentals in Pinellas County. And I don't think I'm going to say anything here that you don't know, but I think it's worth mentioning that going forward, ordinances are not static. This is a starting point, and getting this online is going to be an important step going forward. We'll have the ability to revisit this. If we see that there needs to be refinement going forward, we'll have the ability to come back and bring that to this board, and I think that's an important consideration.
I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. If you could walk me through, because we had a lot of comments tonight about unpermitted work, turning a garage into 2 more bedrooms. Walk us through, you go through the initial inspection of a property, and you see a 3-bedroom house is now a 6-bedroom house. What happens?
So we go into a house, and I think the garage conversion is a perfect example. Well, that first will result in a violation of unpermitted work, and will immediately preclude this property from moving forward to pursue a certificate of use. They're going to first be dealing with legalizing a building violation, coming in with double permit fees and going through that process. So the building inspection that takes place, again, is a key provision. The reason why we're doing it biannually is we know that there would be parties out there that said, well, I just got through the first inspection, I'm home free, I'll convert my garage on year 2. Well, that's why we have that inspection occurring on a biannual basis, to really mitigate that from occurring.
Thank you. Okay.
I am.
Okay, all right, so Commissioner Flowers, and then Commissioner Shear, and then Commissioner LaPella.
Okay. Thank you to all of the people that came out. This is not, as the chair already shared, this is just a time for us to communicate. We've heard from you, and we've heard the presentation from staff. So I'll go through the things that I support, and then I'll talk about some of my ideas. So I certainly support holding them accountable financially as much as we can when it comes to them veering outside of what they have been approved for up to the maximum level. I certainly approve of that. I approve of and would love to see, and as Barry already said, that codes could be flexible in what they're doing, because of course, you know, most of the events and parties happen, you know, when the sun's going down, not in the middle of the day, with exception of weekends. So it's kind of difficult to contact those individuals. Jewel, I would like for us to see what we could possibly do, if anything, regarding the type of noise volume. You may find something within the city of St. Pete, because we also had that issue, whether or not it was verbal communications or if it was music. And in some cases where they had the souped up sports cars, that became an issue. So they may have some language or something as it relates to how we got around that. I can't remember exactly what it was. I like to keep it to no more than 10 when you check into a hotel. Children are considered, when you're going into a hotel room, just like the adults. And if you do anything above that, you have to pay for the rental of a rolly cart. So I think we should keep it at 10, irrespective of whatever the age groups are for children, because they are considered persons who are taking up space. I do not support allowing people to be in common areas, because what that means is, you know, if I wanted to skirt the law, I put 2 pull-out sofas, one where the pool table was and the other in the living room. I move the living room table and I pull out that pull-out, so that's 4 more people I could get in there. I'm not saying that's what they do, and if anyone's listening, don't do it, but I'm just saying, you know, people find ways around things when they don't want to do what's right. So I don't support 2 people in common area. I support no more than 10 to include children. Jewel, I would like for our quiet time to align. I believe you said 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. Our ordinance is 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. I would like for our ordinance to align with the STR. I would like for us to look into security, because when you have events, I know, like if I want to have an event at my house and I'm requesting, you know, to go above what the normal occupancy is, I have to provide some kind of security, whether it's armed or unarmed, but there has to be some kind of safety for the protection of the neighbors. And I don't know if this is really stretching it, but I also know I have to get, for me to get a permit to have an event like that, I have to get approval from my neighbors within 200 square feet. So they have to sign off on that. That's in St. Pete. They have to sign, my neighbors have to sign off on that and give approval for me to have that type of event at my house. And I'm a homeowner, not a business. So I would like to see if there was something that we could do there. I fully agree with the parking requirements on the property, not along the streetway, because again, safety issues and concerns. But most persons that have a home, they may have 2 cars, sometimes maybe 3. They pull them all up in their driveway and stagger them or whatever. But they like to back out of their home rather than trying to go knock on the door and see who owns what car to get them to move. And I'm just saying this, if a car is blocking your driveway, you are under no obligation to find out who that owner is. Call the tow truck. I'm just saying. I want to make sure I get everything because I don't want to come back because they'll get me if I come back. And I don't want to do that. And, I'm not going to come back. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything. That's it. And if it's not, I promise I won't say anything else. That's it for me. Those are my wish lists.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Scher?
Thank you, Chair. I had a few questions for our county attorney, Jewel. Considering preemption, I can't, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. Are these recent rental certificates revocable?
I think the way that we have them set up, I mean, if we do an inspection and we find that there's non-compliance, are we intended on revoking or like given a period of time to cure?
Yeah, no, there's no revocation or suspension. However, again, a property owner will not be able to secure a certificate of use if there are non-compliant conditions.
I'm thinking more in the line of failure to follow our noise ordinances or occupancy requirements, whatever they end up being. If the certificate's not revocable for multiple offenses, what's it worth? So I would think, and this was the other idea, because I don't think if you can't revoke their certificate, they can keep doing it. So in my opinion, the best way to get the owners to comply would be with large fines. Do we, in this one, what I have here says the penalties are covered under Chapter 1 of our ordinances 1 through 8. Can we have special ordinances for penalties specifically for short-term rentals? Do we have those, and can we have those?
We are limited by state law to the maximum fine for an ordinance violation like this. I think that these are anticipated that we would write citations and go to court.
Yes.
And if that's the case, we're capped by the state at $500.
So that would be something else to
maximum penalty, as the
ask
maximum.
our members of our crowd to ask for, is greater fines on the STRs for not
violation.
following. If we can't revoke their license, we need greater fines to, hotels, if a hotel doesn't want you to smoke in your room, you get a big fine if you do, and then you don't. So that's just that. And then one other just legal question on, I have actually been in establishments before that have exceeded their allowable occupancy, and they've been closed by the fire chief. Does our fire chief have the ability to do that if they exceed their occupancy on these?
We don't have a fire chief.
Well, so we have different fire districts.
We have a number of different
And
fire
they
districts.
all have either a chief or are they allowed to?
I do not know the answer to that. I do not know the answer to what the fire authorities around here can do because the county does not have a fire department, so it's not something that we commonly give advice on.
Okay.
You are going to have a number of different fire departments in play here throughout all the different unincorporated areas of the county. And it's, many times on regulatory ordinances like this, we say, a lot of it comes down to enforcement. So it's something that we may need to coordinate with some of them and make sure that they're aware. I know that there is at least one lawsuit out there pending currently against a fire district looking for mandamus to compel them to do inspections under the fire code related to these. I don't know if that speaks to their enthusiasm about enforcing things, but I know there is at least one lawsuit pending out there. So it's probably a matter really more of coordinating with the fire districts and trying to educate them on our regulatory scheme and hoping that we get a partnership with them.
Okay. All right. Well, those were my big questions. I don't understand. So just in general, we're increasing the quiet hours the way this is written or decreasing them, and I'd like to see them increased or at least for the county ordinance to match the hours for their short-term rental by decreasing them. This increases occupancy. Children definitely should be counted. We shouldn't increase it any more than it's already allowable. And, if we can figure out how to create more penalties or fines for non-compliance of occupancy and make sure that they're at least $1,000, at least a max. I don't know what they are, but if they need to be up there so people can have quiet enjoyment.
We have the ability to go up to $1,000 at the special magistrate, so we can do that.
So can you do it for the noise violating noise, peace and quiet, like if they go out and they get a?
We can.
Okay.
We can. I mean, there's really two paths that normally take place, either violations through local ordinance violation court, Love Court is often referred to, or through the special magistrate. So we have that discretion to take it on either path.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, and I think to Commissioner Peters' comment about the state put us into this situation about 10 years ago. We have, we're given the authority to create land use decisions for our county. We did that on that. We've done that on our industrial land, and the state has come in and preempted us on this issue, which is now 10 years in the making, which is, again, when it's out of the bag, it's much harder to put back in. And I think we're going to have similar issues on the industrial land thing. So, again, speak to your legislators. It's really important that they hear from you loud and clear. I think one of the big things here is, to your point about registration, I think that's going to be a huge first step in this process. But without enforcement, without the maximum type of enforcement that we can do, it's not going to really matter. So we've got to let them hurt. You said we have a limitation to $500, and I was saying per what? Per occurrence. So you can have 5 occurrences. It doesn't have to be one. You can have a noise thing. You can have any number of them, and they're $500 per. So we can identify that in our code enforcement process. So I'm kind of doing what Commissioner Flowers said. I'm trying to make sure that I just touch on as much as I can here. I do like the idea, and I don't know how we can explore it, the revocable aspect of this, because that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where businesses start to take note. Like, we may lose the golden goose. And so it's really important that we start to, and again, I'm not sure how that's going to be designed, but boy, they'll listen. If they're at risk of losing their thing, I think that's something that we need to look at. So to me, I think the registration is critical. The enforcement, over the top. I'm not crazy about the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only till midnight. I understand the rationale behind it. That's something that we definitely need to tweak, and I don't know if that doesn't take a reconvening everybody to change an ordinance. We can change that operationally, right?
That's not even in the ordinance. So we have the ability. We have the ability to.
I just don't want to have to go through all of this.
Those specific code enforcement hours. I see.
Yeah, that's perfectly within staff.
Okay. And then the other piece that I would talk about really is I'm just calling it the public health, safety, and welfare. And to all of you who came out tonight, some of your comments were just so spot on so many areas. I just can't say enough about that. But maximum occupancy, definitely have no interest in changing the 10. The noise ordinance, making that comparable to the other one so that we don't have conflict, making it the longer one. The only question I would ask on that point, since I'm trying to make, in my mind, commercial areas more attractive than residential areas to have big parties, if we restrict it, if we have this noise ordinance time widened to like 10 to 9, does that affect what we do in commercial areas, or is that totally different how we address that?
Let me take a look at the ordinance to give you a correct answer and not try to give it to you
I
off the
just
top
want
of
to
my
make
head.
sure that we make it as attractive as possible to go over there and not where they're living. So I just want to make sure that we don't hurt ourselves. The frequency of rentals, maybe you could talk on that a little bit. Is that limiting, like, you from renting it more than 3 times in a year? Or what is that? What is that?
That preemption is basically saying we do not have the ability.
We don't have the ability.
Don't have the ability to limit the frequency or the duration.
Okay, I got you.
Then there's plenty of others that, I came previously from the city of Sarasota, where they also had an ordinance grandfathered prior to 2011. So, they had an 8-day minimum, which really was an effective tool. We don't have that ability.
Well, okay, and I'll move on from that then. And then in the under 12 years old, so I started thinking about, like toddlers and, like a 2-year-old, and when they're, and then you start getting into all the definitional and all the proving things. So I'm kind of this mindset that I've heard here, a child is a child, and they count whether they're 6 months old or they're 6 years old or they're 12 years old. Let's see. So the public safety issues that were raised today, again, to me, local government, if we're nothing else, it's about public safety. And some of the things that I'm hearing about blocking of our, first responders, any of those kinds of things, the folks that come into town, we don't even know who they are, where they're from. So the question I had on the registration side, when we get these companies registered, do we have access? Probably not. When I'm asking this, it almost sounds a little over the top, but because what I'm concerned about is trailing the tenant. So they do things here and then they leave. How do we know where they are from, where they go to, and if they did some things here that they need to be accountable for, how do we find them? How do we know that? Are those folks' information available from the operators?
Well, we are not specifically asking for a copy of lease agreements as part of our ordinance. What I will say, to clarify, is that all of the certificate of use certificates will be, the repository will be within our Acela permitting portal, and that the public will have access through the ACA portal to confirm whether a specific property is registered or not. And that's something that will be available through our Acela public-facing portal.
It is interesting that, in our own communities, we all kind of are held, we socially hold ourselves accountable in many ways. And when they come here and they're an Airbnb, the operator knows who they are, but they really don't have any accountability. So they really don't have to answer to anybody other than the law. And if they can skirt that as much as possible, it's of concern. It gets back to that accountability piece by each individual. And I know we can't go, you're treading on probably, constitutional rights and things like that, but it really goes to the issue. So I think that some of the things that are being brought up tonight are our way of trying to control as much as we can within the context of state law or our constitutional laws. But it was interesting, a gentleman talked about losing his financial, his financial wealth that he had built up. When you start to have a community that starts to degrade potentially in value because of the intrusion of an element that causes problems. And so to me, this is such an important thing that we're dealing with for those things and a lot of other. Some of the folks were talking about losing young talent. It's an interesting connection. At this summit that I was at over at USF this week, they talked about that very thing, about this area losing young talent for a whole bunch of reasons. Maybe some of those were some of those reasons, I'm not sure. But I do think those are things that are happening within the confines of our county. Somebody mentioned the fabric of our community. That's what we're talking about. And so for me, to stretch it a little bit, to go right up against our attorney's be careful, don't go further than that, I'm okay with that a little bit. And then she can just yell and scream at me all she wants. But I just think that's so important that we do what we can. I'm a little bit, I'm not quite sure I understand the whole grandfathering thing, exactly what that means. That folks that the things we've put in place in, let's say March 25th when we come back, any of those operators that have agreements that, well, actually some of our current rules, we were becoming a little more lenient. So those folks that have it now, they already have the cap of 10, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so they already, and do they count children, all the children? Or is there an age thing on that?
There's no exclusion, children accounted.
So those are things we're talking about here, going back to. So those agreements that are grandfathered already have those things in there anyway. They don't have a big, right? Am I right on that?
They should.
Yes.
They should.
They should, okay. And the only other thing I'd say, again, on under health, safety, and welfare, I'd really like to watch that parking because you saw that one picture of the graffiti thing, but also the size of that driveway. You know, you can make it bigger. You know, and I don't know how we control that so that they can convert garages to something else and have more parking outside on the property. So I just want to make sure that I don't know what our codes say, how they're restricted on expanding concrete onto the grass area to provide more parking. So just have to look at that as well. I don't know what our codes currently say, so.
Yeah, it's all regulated under our land development code. Anyone that's looking to modify a curb cut, it's subject to a right-of-way utilization permit. So I think one of the pieces that I was looking to clarify, and the question was asked earlier, code enforcement is issuing violations on short-term rentals that are not confined to just the specific provisions within 138, 32, 32. If they see a violation of minimum housing, if they see a violation of trash and debris on the property, they're issuing those in addition to, and what we are looking to do going forward is to not have any conflict between what's in the short-term rental and all of these provisions to give them the greatest latitude to apply, as has been, emphasized here, be able to apply meaningful violations and fines.
Well, I just want to end with, I appreciate all the efforts that we've gone through to get to where we are. I do think that there seems to be an appetite to restrict it a little bit more. And take my hat off in advance to those guys and their cohorts sitting over there that are going to be the ones that enforce what we're talking about. The ones that know our codes, the ones that know what a sound meter looks like and have one available, that know how to implement the things that we put in place. I thank you guys and gals ahead of time for that. But these are good people, and you should be comfortable in the fact that they want to do the right thing. That's all I have to say. I'll just stop at that and pick it up next time.
All right, let's get a Commissioner Nowicki hadn't had a chance to speak yet, so and then we'll go to Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kevin, for the insightful presentation. Does Florida Building Code factor in hardwired smoke detectors and sprinkler systems that would be inspected before a certificate is issued?
So not for single-family, 1- and 2-family dwellings. And the difference, so let me clarify that the difference is that if somebody was coming in for a new home today, they would be required to have a hardwired smoke alarm system in their home. We're dealing with homes that were constructed in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before those codes were in place. And these homes have certificate of occupancies, and we are regulated under the Florida Building Code, the existing Florida Building Code. They are not moving forward with an alteration permit, which, depending on the magnitude of the scope, might trigger that. So as far as those types of provisions, in almost all cases, that would not apply.
Well, so why I ask is because like this resolution or ordinance is, defines, short-term rentals as transient public lodging establishments and then defines transient public lodging establishments. And so I don't know if that would, kind of the definitions seem like they would overlap under the Hotel and Motel Fire Safety Act of 1990, which requires a public housing accommodation to have hardwired smoke detectors and hardwired sprinkler systems.
So the state has done a wonderful job in a convoluted web of overlapping jurisdictions here. Our ordinance is specific to 509, State Statute 509, which states that an inspection is permissible specific to compliance with the Florida Building Code. And so the Florida Building Code, as it's applied to 1- and 2-family homes, goes to the existing code, and that's what I just laid out. So again, those are the boundaries in which we're operating within.
Okay, yeah, just because it says all places of public accommodation affecting commerce is what U.S. code requires. So maybe that's a legal question, I don't know. But I don't know, it just seems a little overlapping to me, I guess rewriting the noise ordinances, I agree with a lot of my colleagues talking about that, making sure the noise ordinances overlap. I think it's important too, I heard a few people mention loud voices, about including that in the noise ordinances, and that, that could be defined as any noise not clearly audible across property lines. I think that's really important to have from all the horror stories we heard from folks. I think that just would be great to have. Also, commercial events. So it seems like, I feel bad for Commissioner Flowers having to go get permits and for commercial events, but somebody could have a wedding at one of these short-term rentals, and that wouldn't be a code violation, correct?
That's correct.
But we could change that to exclude someone from doing commercial events on these properties.
It's a consideration that we would definitely have to coordinate through the county, with the county attorney to understand if that, again, is within our discretion.
Yeah, I think like St. Lucie and Indian River County, I think they both do that, so I'm sure they could coordinate accordingly. And then I think the fines are higher for commercial events. So, if we want to talk about penalizing folks, I think you could have higher fines if someone does have a wedding or something like that. I think that could be a little bit higher. So that would be something I'd like, more information on as well. I think it should include quiet hours, and I think my colleagues don't need to beat the horse. It seems like everyone I've heard from so far doesn't want to increase the occupancy. So I'll yield back my time and look forward to more discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing, a couple things I would like to see. One being increasing the number of inspections, maybe like one a year, as opposed to every other year. And if there are issues at a property, maybe even increase them more frequently, like we do in other businesses. A question that I have for Joel, and this kind of goes back to something that we talked about recently with lifeguards. And I kind of know what you're going to say, but I'm going to ask it anyways. So these are establishments that are primarily catering to tourists. They pay a bed tax. Would we be able to use TDT funds to pay for, I don't want to call it code enforcement, but we can call it like tourist outreach people, to look at these properties in the months of March during spring break, and then from, say, like Memorial Day through Labor Day, when we know it's a peak tourist time?
No.
I'm
I'm sorry. I mean, there's, for enforcement, no, we cannot.
But, so what if we had, what if they did not do, what if they didn't interact with the public? What if they were just going by, looking back, and then they reported to the code enforcement?
I think if there's a way to use additional county staff to help with some of these issues, that might be a plan. I do not think we cannot use tourist development tax dollars to fund this program. I'll put it that way. I mean, really, this program should be charging the fees, which is what's proposed, to fund itself. And that's really an appropriate way to fund a program like this, is through user fees. It's just like the building department itself, where the users support that department. The loosest use that we have of tourist development tax dollars is through marketing and promotion, and I don't see this as marketing and promotion. I'm not sure we want to market and promote these places, you know, according to what I'm hearing. So I don't see a connection there. We can maybe work with staff, but you know, I know in the past on big issues, staff, you know, years and years ago has taken advantage of, you know, a lot of county workers that might be out there that see things. I don't know how realistic it is to train, you know, everybody on this kind of complicated regulatory scheme, but, you know, I think that we could certainly work at staff and see if, it sounds like the once a year inspection might be kind of what you're getting at.
Well, and the reason why I bring that up is I suspect that at a lot of these properties, there's not a big difference between a Tuesday or Wednesday night during spring break and a Friday or Saturday night. Or like in the middle of the summer, there's not a big difference between the middle of the week and the weekend. Like every night is a party time. And so, but if we're just monitoring it during the weekend, it's really not getting at the problem. And so that's, but I also don't want to, I'm trying to be conscious of our budget, and trying to figure out a way to stretch our dollars. Maybe I'll figure out a way that they can promote our destination, give out coupons to the beach places for putt-putt or something, so they don't have to do it in the backyard. For the fines, the $500, is that like per occurrence? So could we fine them like $500 a day like we do for other property owners?
Mm-hmm.
After initial violations, we have the ability to have, after a notice of violation is not complied with, we have the ability to issue a citation, a ticket, and we can then, going forward, produce additional citations on a daily basis.
Okay, to something that Commissioner Scheer brought up, I would support, under extreme circumstances, doing a revocation of the licenses. And we do that with other properties, and I think that, you know, some of the stories I've heard about that have, you know, 6 or 8 bedrooms, they can charge, you know, $2,000 or $3,000 a night. And I think in those places, $500 a day is not going to do much to them. And so I think the way to get attention would be through threatening to pull their license. You know, and that's certainly just, you know, in extreme circumstances, but I think that is something, if it's, you know, legal, we should, you know, look at.
And Commissioner, that we're taking notes on all of these, and we'll have to get with the county attorney's office to see what is legally and enforceable, and we will get those to you ahead of the next public hearing.
Okay, Commissioner Peters.
I got one thing that hasn't been brought up yet. Can someone anonymously file a complaint, or do they have to give their name? Because I think a lot of people are fear of retaliation if they live next door. And so I was just curious if it has to be, they provide a name, it can't be anonymous. And I typically don't value.
The state of Florida has required
preempted
us to have
So,
not.
so that is law that we must have a name
The
for who's
state-
filing the
The
complaint.
state requires us to do that.
Okay, so we don't have control of it. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes.
I forgot to say this, I'm sorry. I did reach out to the mayor and Councilmember Brandy Gabbard for St. Pete from when the young lady made the statement about how the city of St. Pete does it. They have a 30-day minimum 3 times per year, but it isn't an ordinance. It's part of their code. So it's handled through code
Same.
enforcement.
It's
Yeah.
grandfathered.
Yes,
It's been
but
on
I'm
the
just
books for-
saying,
yeah.
I wanted to give the clarity on the, since I'd already texted them before you said that. But that's what it is, a 3-day minimum, 3 times per year.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Wiggy.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be quick. I guess, kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Peters. I don't know if Codes or Kevin, so let's say, they're having a, party next door. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. There's 30 people there. Can the homeowner take a picture, have a police report, have police come out, say, yeah, there was 30 people here, and then have an affidavit or a police report be used as sufficient evidence to cite them for the code violation? So if we're talking about saving dollars of how to get more, enforcement, so have the, self-policing where you have an affidavit, a police report, photos, video documentation evidence, wouldn't that be enough to cite them a code violation?
Under the right circumstances, it could be. I mean, ideally, we would like to see things ourselves. I mean, one thing I will say, law enforcement is available, in the wee hours. I don't know how effective that is. And also, if code enforcement was to rely on third-party, I'll say, information to write the codes, they would have to be involved in the case. They would have to come and testify. They would definitely not be anonymous. They would be facing, the neighbor, because they would have to testify. And then it really just comes down to, the judge and how they weigh the evidence in testimony. It's certainly something that we could look at. We do have some codes in the past where we've done that under like animal noise, which is one that is hard to have somebody there when it's happening. So I don't know if it's still in the ordinance, but I know that once upon a time we did have it where you could take citizen complaints. They were not always as successful in court. I will tell you, I prosecuted some of those myself. We were not always as successful with those types of cases as when our own officers saw things themselves. But again, a lot of it really comes down to the testimony and does the person show up to testify? If it's important to them, I know it's important to these folks, they likely would. And if they make a good, if they have notes, take notes of everything and be a good witness, then I think that we could go forward that way.
So we could potentially have like maybe an
Potentially.
extreme scenario where with enough evidence and documentation, to make Code's job a little bit easier, we could look into including that.
And I don't know that we need to include that in the ordinance. It's just something that we would want to look into as far as how we enforce things moving forward.
I'd like to look at it, including it into the ordinance if possible.
All right, in an attempt to try to bring this in for a landing, I've been making some notes here on where I think our consensus is. What I'm hearing is that nobody has an interest in increasing maximum occupancy beyond 10. All right? What I'm hearing is nobody has an interest in changing
Mr.
the...
Chair, if we can get clarification on that, because there was an issue about, we have it in that it's 2 per bedroom and keeping the children in the number, and then I've also heard leaving it at 10. There's a difference.
And if I could,
So I think I think the intent is that if the maximum occupancy is 10, if someone has 3 bedrooms, their maximum occupancy is 8.
Right.
So it's, it's still based on 2 per bedroom, 2 in one common area, but not to exceed 10.
Right.
Is what
I think that's right.
Okay, so-
We kind of want.
So it's
our
kind of
cake and eat it
both.
too on that one. Right.
All right.
And if you look under the language that's being struck as proposed, and if you just don't strike this, it currently reads, maximum occupancy shall be no more than 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 persons in one common area, not to exceed more than 10 persons total per unit, whichever is less.
That's exactly.
So that's the language that's
exactly
being
it.
struck. We could leave that in there and just put it in the appropriate place, which
Okay.
might not be where it's being removed from.
To give staff clear direction on this, I would like a motion on that.
Oh, I approve the motion, but the language Jewel just read.
All right? Okay, all right, we have a motion from Commissioner Peters, a second for Commissioner Flowers. Okay, okay, got it, all right. Yeah, all right, any further discussion on that point? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, thank you. Next item is, that I have, is quiet hours. What I'm hearing is that we don't want that to change, we want that to remain from 10 PM to 9 AM, and then, as a side item, we want to go ahead and change the county noise ordinance to be reflective of that.
Yes.
Are we all in agreement with that? Okay.
I will certainly take a look at that, and again, there's just the language that's proposed to be struck. You could just simply leave, it says, quiet hours are to be observed between 10 PM and 9 AM daily, or as superseded by any county noise regulation. If we're changing the noise regulation, they're gonna work in concert. So I think that that is fine as proposed. That'll be 2 ordinances coming back to you. We will insert that language, or not strike that language, in what comes back to you on March 25th. And then at a later date, we'll bring you the revised noise ordinance, general noise ordinance.
Somebody make a motion on that. Right, I want to give staff clear direction to bring back to us at the next. No, just, right.
That is certainly something that we're gonna look to include in the general noise ordinance when we bring it back, not the STR ordinance.
Right, and be clear, we're not voting on the ordinance tonight. I just want to make vote to give staff clear direction on what we want to see.
Chair,
Yes.
but the change to the ordinance itself, that would just be for residential areas?
We're talking about as it, right, so, right now, we have, our STR noise ordinance is 10 PM to 9 AM. Our county noise ordinance differs from that. So what we're talking about is keeping the STR noise ordinance as it is today, and then coming back at a later point and updating the county noise ordinance to be reflective of what's in the STR ordinance.
Correct. I make a motion, we do that.
Great, thank you. All right. Too late.
I'm concerned in the commercial area that we don't restrict them as much as we're talking about in the residential area. It's one thing to have it where we're talking about and also, yeah, so.
Well, I just want to make sure that
if you
staff
could
has
look
clear
at that.
direction.
Yeah,
That's all.
okay, thank you.
Now, just to make a point, the county noise ordinance used to be much more restrictive than it is today. Wasn't it? Can you speak to that a little bit, Jill?
My recollection, we changed the hours to, with a quiet time between 11 PM and 7 AM. That change was made a good long while ago. No, because I wrote it. I want to say that prior to that change, the quiet hours were 7 PM to 7 AM, I think, is what was in there. We could certainly research it and let you know at the next meeting, but yes, it did used to be considerably more restrictive than it is now.
All right, so do we need to vote on these tonight to give, or can we just do consensus? to
You
give
can
staff
do
direction?
consensus and just, what, so everybody knows, I asked the chair to kind of give us direction on these changes, because the plan is that we will rewrite the ordinance that you see with the agenda today, with only these changes being discussed here tonight, and that's what will appear in the agenda moving forward for the next hearing. So that's the process that we're going through here now, is to try to get direction to staff. And so I've got noise, maximum cap, Commissioner
Right.
Eggers, we'll take a look at commercial.
Okay,
And I'll defer to you on the other, and I have a list too.
all right.
so.
So do we have consensus on the noise? Yes, okay, all right. All right, so we're good there. Good on occupancy, good on noise. The definition of a bedroom, which I think have we all seen that? I think this is clear direction. I like this a lot, okay? Do we have consensus on this? Yes? Okay, good there. The pre-effective vesting language to make sure that this is to, keep us, try to limit litigation, basically, to grandfather any existing short-term rental agreements, not properties, but just agreements. Okay, are we in consensus on that? Are we all good there? Okay, all right, we're good there. Okay. I've got one thing I want to bring up, but have I missed anything?
The only other thing I wrote down, if there's consensus, is not counting children, is counting children towards the cap. I don't know if there's a consensus
Yeah,
there or not. I
okay.
heard that come up a lot.
Consensus
So
on
the
that?
kids would count towards the cap.
Right. Yes? Yes? Okay, all right.
And then I also heard parking, street parking. We have to look at that. I don't even know how we can apply that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think that's something they're going to bring back to us, they're going to look at, but yeah, parking, commercial events, those are things, and
Parking and commercial
revocation.
events, okay.
And additional, yeah.
And, oh yeah, on the revocation.
And keep in mind, we can come back and we can revisit this and revise this down the road. I think these are all good things to look at. I don't know that we're going to hit every single one of these in the next update of this ordinance in March when we talk about this again, but we've got a lot of good stuff, a lot of good ideas to be thinking in mind for the future. One other thing that I want to bring up is, and this is something that I've been approached by a few residents on, and it was kind of alluded to tonight in a lot of comments, is that we don't have any idea who is actually staying in these rental properties. You could have a sexual predator there, and we would not have any idea about that at all. Do we have, I have some proposed language here from Jewel, that we could include ensuring sexual offenders and predators as defined in Florida statutes register with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office following the process set forth in Florida statutes 48 hours prior to arrival of vacation rental regardless of the length of stay. And it goes on to a couple other items here as well. I'm not sure how we would enforce this necessarily, but is that something that we have an interest in? This may be a box that the responsible party has to check when they're renting to a renter. Is that something that we have an interest in including as well?
No, that's that.
It's not contained in the version right now. This is
just
something
passed
that Jewel and I talked about earlier today. And it's something that has been, probably been brought up to all of us at some point in time or another. I don't know what the enforcement mechanism necessarily would be for this, but, it is something that we could include if we wanted to in a short-term rental ordinance. Okay,
The
I
way
see
the-
heads nodding.
The way the language that we provided is proposed is it puts the burden on the owner or the landlord, I guess I'll say, the owner of the property to, ensure that the laws are being complied with. So it does put the burden on them. Again, I don't,
Okay.
maybe
Right.
they check the box or we'll work with staff and come up with the best way that
Okay.
we can try to advise that it would be enforced.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we've missed on this topic? Next meeting, well, right.
So we should go ahead and include the language about sexual.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, have we fully exhausted ourselves on that for this meeting? Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. That has been a very good discussion. We've made a lot of progress on this, and I appreciate our residents coming out tonight and letting us know how they feel, and I feel your pain. So I'm glad that we're making some good progress here, and look forward to our next public hearing on this subject. So thank you all very much. Okay. All right, moving on to item 36.
Agenda item number 36 is a proposed Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act resolution for issuance by the Palm Beach County Health Facilities Authority of its retirement communities revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $70 million on behalf of AXE Retirement Life Communities Incorporated, a Pennsylvania not-for-profit corporation, for a project to be located in Dunedin, Florida. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have one public speaker on this, Peggy Valdivia. I'm sorry if I messed that up. Who is the applicant?
Oh, okay. Okay. If there's questions, probably.
Yeah, is it just for questions? Okay, got it. All right. Apologize that if I knew you were here, I probably would have had you go first. Okay. So,
Wow.
okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Egger, second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? If the clerk can bring up the voting. All right. All right, everybody got to vote. Come on. All right. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, we are adjourned. Thank you.